Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the February 1st, 2016 regular meeting of the Milford Board of Aldermen. Please join me as we salute our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Secretary, will you please take the roll?
Alderman Anderson.
Present.
Alderman Beatty. Alderman Bevan.
Here.
Alderman Beer. Alderman Casey.
Here.
Alderman Gurman.
Here.
Alderman Gennatasio.
Here.
Alderman Golden. Here. Alderman Grant.
Here.
Alderman Hardeman. Alderman Shaw. Alderman Smith.
Here.
Alderman Vecchiarelli. Here. Alderman Vitro.
Here.
Alderman Vitale. Here. 13 present, Mr. Chairman.
Marty.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, Alderman Hardeman wants to be excused.
Thank you.
Welcome. At this time, the mayor has a presentation. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, as you see, tonight we have some honored guests in the audience. The city of Milford is very proud and privileged to have such fine football and cheer programs representing us, not just at the local level, the regional level, the state level, but the national level. And this year is no exception. As you see assembled here, we have 4 teams of distinction. The Milford Eagles Pee Wee cheerleading team, the Milford Eagles midget cheerleaders, the Milford Eagles junior midget football, and the Milford Eagles junior Pee Wee 2 football. And in recognition of some pretty impressive accomplishments this year, I would like to call each of the teams up individually by team to the front of the auditorium, starting with the Milford Eagles Pee Wee 2 football team. If everyone could come up to the front of the auditorium. And Mr. Chairman, in recognition of these accomplishments, I have a formal proclamation on behalf of the city of Milford, which reads, whereas the 2015 Milford Eagles Junior Pee Wee 2 football team, comprised of 23 players from Milford, has brought honor and pride to themselves and our community. And whereas with great teamwork and effort, these football players won both the Southern Connecticut Pop Warner Championship and the State of Connecticut's Pop Warner Championship. And whereas team members Wesley Buzel, Daryl Clark, Thumameta, James Cobain, Aaron Constantini, Samuel Constantini, Patrick Coughlin, Jack Cushman, Max Hutchinson, Benjamin Kraft, Griffin Lucy, Ryan McNellis, Ryan Mendola, Matthew Miller, Kyle Pokarnowski, Charles Sampson, Joseph Sansone, Paul Valley II, Raul Valley, Jonathan Verno, together with Director of Football and Head Coach Lawrence McNellis and Assistant Coaches Mike Cobain, Christopher Engel, Chuck Devaney, Jason Lucy, Philip Mendola, Kevin Pokarnowski, Ken Dempsey, Terry Devaney, assembled a winning combination through hard work, dedication, enthusiasm, and played championship-level football as a testament to their own abilities, coaching expertise, and desire to win. Now, therefore, I, Benjamin Blake, Mayor of the City of Milford, on behalf of all of the citizens, do hereby extend our congratulations to you for a job well done Nice job, men. Thank you, guys. Nice job. Nice job. Congrats. Pretty cool. That's it. Congrats. I'd like to call up next the Milford Eagles Junior Midget football team. Wow. And to the members of this team, for your accomplishments, I have a proclamation that reads, whereas the 2015 Milford Eagles Junior Midget Football Team Level 2 Division, comprised of 25 players from Milford, has brought honor and pride to themselves and community, and whereas through teamwork and effort, the 2015 Milford Eagles Junior Midget Football Team secured the Southern Connecticut Pop Warner Championship and the State of Connecticut Championship. And whereas football players Cameron Banyai, Sam Bergamy, Sean Cleary, Grace Cottle, Joseph Cartella, David Dong, Anthony Edmond, Barry Held, Andrew Janik, Eric Johnson, Colby Kimetz, Andrew Labozo, Theodore Moro, Anthony Mendez, Antonio Oliveras, Caden Ondek, Gavin Paul, William Phelan, Josh Pisacani, Max Quirez, Juan Rivera, Brian Robertson, Joseph Rogers, Walker Stebbins, and Brian Thompson, head coach Dan Paul, assistant coaches Sam Bergamy, Andy Averna, Rob Johnson, Randy Stebbins, Jeff Janik, Nick Smedlin, Zach Averna, Craig Thompson, and director Lawrence McNellis assembled a winning combination through hard work, dedication, and enthusiasm and played championship-level football as a testament to their own abilities, coaching expertise, and the desire to win. Now, therefore, I, Benjamin Blake, Mayor of the City of Milford, on behalf of all the citizens, do hereby extend congratulations to the Milford Eagles Junior Midget Football Team. Well done. All right. And I apologize. I think I've had a couple mispronunciations, so please forgive me. But thank you very, very much, and well done. And next up, I'd like to ask that the Milford Eagle Midget cheerleaders come to the front of the auditorium. And we can see from the hardware up here the national accolades that this team has received. And I do have a proclamation, but after the proclamation, if you're so willing, we would all love a cheer for the city of Milford. Whereas the Milford Eagles midget cheerleaders, large level Division II, have brought pride to themselves and our community, and whereas this team of 25 cheerleaders ranging in ages from 11 to 15 took first place at both the Southern Connecticut Pop Warner Championship and the Connecticut State Championships, they then went on to place second in the New England Championships, earning a spot to compete at the Nationals at Disney World, Orlando, Florida. On December 11th, 2015, the team took first place to become the 2015 Midget National Pop Warner Cheerleading Champions in their division. And whereas Brianna Aguilar, Camila Verna, Isabel Blanco, Ava Ciambriello, Brianna Delmedico, Stephanie Fair, Tatum Gay, Roy Gless, Leila Harris, Nicole Jones, Kayla Jerzik, Audrey Lane, Mackenzie Mayer, Erin Mower, Sarah Paulus, Alaya Prosser, Amanda Kizero, Emily Radnick, Wendy Roman, Juliana Soto, Courtney Thompson, Marissa Turner, Gabriella Williamson, Jordan Worth, and Abigail Woodward, together with head coach Kyle Thompson, choreographer and technical coach Jen Murphy, and coaches Jen Magnan, Casey Gegstetter, Des Gill, Madison Murphy, Olivia Mazza, and Leah Zinski, and directors Leah Torres and Deb Goncalves assembled a winning combination through hard work, dedication, and enthusiasm, and performed championship cheerleading as a testament to their abilities, their coaching expertise, and the desire to win. Now, therefore, I, Benjamin Blake, Mayor of the City, on behalf of all the citizens, wish you congratulations and nice job to the Milford Eagles midget cheerleaders. Well done. Congratulations. Congrats. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to call up the Milford Pee Wee cheerleaders. Also with a very impressive trophy. One of many of the impressive trophies. But again, I would like to allow you to give a cheer, a Milford cheer afterwards, if you are so inclined. I think that would be fantastic. But I do have a proclamation on behalf of the city which reads, whereas the 2015 Milford Eagles Pee Wee cheerleading team large Level II division comprised of 27 cheerleaders aged 9 through 11 has brought honor and pride to themselves and our community. The Pee Wee cheerleaders placed first at the Southern Connecticut Championships, the Connecticut State Championships, and the New England Championships. The team was also presented with the 2015 Spirit Award at the Connecticut State Championships. And whereas placing first at the New England Championships earned the team the opportunity to compete at the Nationals in Walt Disney World, Florida, the team came home triumphant as the 2015 Pee Wee National Cheer Champions. And whereas cheerleaders Juliana Aguilar, McKaylee Bliss, Haley Boyle, Carrie Boyle, Riley Brandt, Luciana Capello, Kendall Crosdale, Allery Janik, Reese Jaminski, Jayla Johnson, Abigail Jordan, Riley Keller, Shannon Kiley, Samantha LaValle, Jonah Lord, Charlotte Mackel, Amelia Mariani, Gabriella Mavuli, Megan McTeague, Kiera Miles, Hallie Montez, Liana Montez, Anna Paul, Nicolina Salanto, Elizabeth Schumann, Isabella Springo, and Nina Amelia Torgensen, together with head coach Lauren Janik, choreographer and technical coach Chelsea Festa, assistant coaches Deb Goncalves, Karen Schumann, Miranda Goncalves, Christy Mazzeo, Brenda Dodd, Michelle Brunson, and Gail Portov, and directors Leah Torres and Deb Goncalves assembled a winning combination through hard work, dedication, and enthusiasm, and competed in championship-level cheerleading as a testament to their abilities, coaching expertise, and desire to win. Now, therefore, I, Ben Blake, on behalf of all the citizens of Milford, do hereby issue congratulations and a job well done. Nice work. Nice job, guys. Nice job.
A 5-minute recess until the hall becomes, till everyone empties out of the hall. Thank you.
Thank you.
The meeting is back to order. The next portion of the meeting is devoted to public comment. Statements are limited to the legislative function of the Board of Aldermen. The time limit granted to each speaker shall be 3 minutes. Residents, taxpayers, and electors may address the board at this time. The board encourages speakers not to express derogatory, insensitive, or offensive statements, or to engage in personal attacks against individuals. In order to allow everyone an opportunity to speak, I'd ask that everyone please limit their comments to 3 minutes. Anyone wishing to address the board at this time, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Blake and members of the Board of Aldermen. My name is Michelle Kramer. I live at 104 West River Street. And I'd like to just ask, as you consider proposals that will determine the future of the historic Stowe Dairy Barn and its adjacent open space, Milford Preservation Trust asks that the board keep in mind the historic importance of both barn and site. Any and all proposals and arrangements, lease or sale, should include a preservation, conservation easement, and a designation to the State and National Register of Historic Places. Businesses, as we all know, come and go. We have had ample proof of that here in Milford and throughout the state of Connecticut. Therefore, we must assure the proper stewardship of our historic and natural resources for future generations. Most residents in Milford would tell you that they're concerned about Milford losing its character and charm. Once the historic barn and property belonged to another entity, we no longer have control about what might come next. Last week, I met with an architectural historian from the State Preservation Office. He's here in Milford documenting historic resources. It's one of 4 towns along the shoreline that he has been researching. He mentioned, and in fact, we met about another matter, and he mentioned quite out of the blue that the Stowe Barn and site have long been on his list for nomination to the National Register of Historic Places. In his words, the barn and property represent a unique and highly unusual link to Milford's agricultural past. And he said that it was extremely unusual to have such a site along the shoreline where clearly most open space has been developed. And also, in a lot of nominations, the site is as important as the historic structure because it's part of the whole. So I would just respectfully ask that when you consider these proposals that may be coming, if you would please bear these points in mind. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann Berman of 77 Pelham Street. And I'd like to thank
Ann, excuse me, could you bring the mic a little closer to you?
Okay.
Thank you.
77 Pelham Street, I live. I understand that Pelham Street's on the agenda this evening, and I want to thank the mayor because I live right next to that walkway that goes down to the stairs to the sound, and I've been watching it for years, and I did mention it a while ago to the mayor that I was concerned about it collapsing, especially because it's used daily, and because of the erosion, the last step, I believe, is much too high. And I know since I've lived there since '73, the mean high tide comes up now beyond the steps, and whereas it was at least 30 feet before that, and when I first came. And on the 4th of July, hundreds of people go on those stairs, and I'm glad that something is going to be done about repairing that because I'd hate to see it collapse with all those people on it. So again, thank you, Ben. I'd like to speak just for a few minutes about the report on recycling. This town apparently hasn't got the message, but we are finally honing in on the brochure, which tells us what we can recycle and what we cannot. And the mayor has a copy which will be adjusted a bit by the Winters brothers, and it tells the whole story. So we hope to get those out as soon as possible because people must not put past plastic bags or wrap, anything like that. No heavy soiled paper or cardboard, no styrofoam, no plastic wrappers and or chemical containers of oil, no clothing, no garbage, and plastic utensils, light bulbs, or plastic or metal caps smaller than 1 inch. And there's, from the last time that we put our brochure on what to recycle, we have included a number of new things. So I won't go into that now, but there are a number of things that people can recycle. And when they, fabrics, there are so many places where people can send clothes. In fact, boys and girls or whatever, they will come and pick it up at your doorstep. There's no excuse for them throwing fabrics or clothes in it or garbage into it. And Milford has to do a better job of recycling, because if they don't, Winter Brothers, it will just reject our product. And where are we going to put it? We can't put it anywhere except there. So we're going to really be on guard for those who are not doing it properly after they received the brochure, and we hope that they will be compliant. It's very important. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Aldermen. I am Richard Platt of 132 Platt Lane. This is not on your agenda for tonight, but I would like also to speak to the matter of the Stowe Farm and Stowe Barn. Without going into any great detail, I would like to echo what Michelle Kramer has already told you. As I say, you don't have to hear that all over again. This property is an absolute jewel, and it's a wonderful piece of open space in a very densely populated area of the shoreline. And I don't really think that the people of Milford realize what we have, and we must not lose it.
Tim Chaucer, 104 Hawley Avenue, Milford, obviously. And trust me, I'd much rather be studying Indian mountain cultures in Cedar Key and Crystal River, where I was last winter. But the seriousness of this matter of the Stowe Farm really concerns me quite a bit, and I'm sure you've heard a little bit about that. Last week, I did speak about that, and last week I actually had a little bit of a different point of view. I found out that Nick Beccarelli actually helped to save part of the Point Beach School land when Alberta Jago was making a decision to separate the school at Point Beach from the land. And today, as I've thought more and more about this, we've formed a new group. It's called the and by the way, I'm not speaking for the Preservation Trust. I'm speaking as a former elected member of the Planning and Zoning Board and a former chairman of the Conservation Commission. But together with some other Milford citizens, we formed Milford Citizens to Save the Stowe Memorial Park in Walnut Beach. And Sarah Harrower-Wiersbicki and Susan St. Pierre are co-chair of that group. And our group is really opposed to the sale of the remaining 1.57 acres of what was once a 100-acre coastal farm. I mean, if you can imagine how gorgeous that must have been. Now we're down to 1.57 acres. And, of course, it was saved because of a housing development. And Mary Lou Kecko and other people worked very hard to save it. And Mayors Listman and Riccitelli, frankly, understood the wisdom of saving this land. And, but it's very hard to find out how much the city paid for the land. The prices are all over the board. Some people say $2 million. Some say $850,000. The mayor's quoted saying $625,000. But don't ever forget there were 2 building lots also that were traded, Ben. So when you say the 625, there were 2 building lots, and when you go on vision appraisal, it says 0.0. So very difficult to find out what was paid. But it was a lot of money. It was a great investment, and I think it was an investment very well spent. Then also the Victorian carriage house was traded away, and the cottage was traded away. Some people say that Harriet Beecher Stowe's grandchildren lived in the cottages there at the Stowe farm. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what some people say about it. So we're left then with a huge Victorian barn and the open land around it. And as Dick and Michelle said, it is absolutely stunningly beautiful. If any of you aldermen have not been to and I know some of you have, I've been talking to some of you, if you haven't been to the property, you have to see it. And you can't just understand it from looking at the barn alone. You got to walk the whole property. It's like an emerald in a highly overdeveloped area. So you really have to see it before you decide to sell it. To sell it sets an incredibly awful precedent, we feel, as well. If somebody wants to do a cooking school, fine. Let Heidi Lang or anybody else bid on it and lease it for a while. Now, the mayor and at least one alderman, Frank, I'm sorry, but have said that the barn is deteriorating as we speak. And with all due respect, it's not true. Now, there is a little attached apartment. As you come up the drive on the left-hand side, there's an attached apartment. And that is in rough shape. That's very rough shape. But the barn itself, don't forget, $300,000 was invested in stabilizing that barn and re-roofing that barn. So that barn is not is solid and it is dry. There may be a couple of floorboards that have a little softness to them, but I've been in many barns. I own a couple barns. That can be taken care of very, very easily. It's not a problem. So when you hear people saying the barn is deteriorating as we speak, it's simply not so. Another $100,000, by the way, was spent on all the underground improvements, the electrical wires, the telecommunications, gas, water, all went underground at great public expense.
Excuse me,
great
Tim.
Public expense.
You're
wrap
over.
it up? Okay. All right.
Wrap it up?
I'll try to wrap it up. Okay. It was public money, it was state money, and it was federal money that went into a lot of these improvements. Schematics, $35,000, $75,000 for landscaping and so forth and so on. That money would all have to be paid back because obviously we all know the feds don't give money for a public purpose to have it be sold out from under them. So in answer to what could happen, we think it would be a great place to call the Stowe Memorial Park. A person in Milford could buy a bench at their own expense and place it on the green space and simply to look at that Victorian barn, which is a work of art in itself. And the barn itself is a museum. There's pegs in there. Some of the pegs are hand-whittled pegs, which means that it's older than 1895. The farmhouse was 1855, sold years ago. So the barn's got to be around 1855 with hand-whittled pegs, and they're at eye level. So what a great place for kids to learn that our old early Milford houses were put together with wooden pegs, no nails. It's just an incredible museum in and of itself. So the barn, just like the barn in Orange, the Orange Country Fair, they open it up once or twice a year. They have all the farm equipment. What a great place to open up a few times, but what a great place just simply to put a bench and memorialize a loved one. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good evening. Paula Smith, 62 Hauser Street. Plethora of things to talk about, and I hadn't planned on commenting on the Stowe barn, but the folks here, Mr. Chaucer and Mr. Platt, can obviously speak to the historical value of it. The only thing I can come up with is 8-30G. If you've been at the meetings in the neighborhood, we do not want an 8-30G situation. And I know I spoke with Alderman Smith at the Walnut Beach meeting, and I understand that the mayor and the city attorney are working on this project. We have a pretty abysmal record over the past 4 years in 8-30G from our state senate down locally. We own this property unless there is something, I can't imagine what you can do to either sell off part of this property or protect it or split it, whatever you could do to guarantee us that we're not going to have an 8-30G in the future. It is a very densely populated neighborhood. There isn't any other truly open space. We have ball fields and all there, but this is a critical piece of property in that neighborhood. We don't know of any way you can actually protect it so that we don't wind up with an 8-30G application. Another one was just in the papers today. And if you read into that, that's a ridiculous application also. We don't have any way to protect it if you start selling off any part of this. So I will say, originally I was hoping there would be some compromise. I'm at the point now, there isn't any compromise where we're going to be able to protect that property in perpetuity. If we can find, and if at the state level, if we're able to find $500,000 to help the borough of Woodmont refurbish the firehouse for their neighborhood, I have a hard time believing that we can't find some funding somewhere to help protect this property and to shore up the barn. It has to be out there, and we need to work on that. But 8-30G is a real risk with that property. The other thing I'd like to talk about is the bonding issues that are out there this evening. When I was on the Board of Finance and on the Board of Aldermen, and I would sit with Judy D'Anico, and we would do a cash flow projection looking at the temporary borrowings, the bonds that were in place, and any future bonds and all, and look at what kicking the can down the road does. And looking at what that volume, those bubbles of financing would do to the future for our taxpayers and in the cash flow. If you haven't looked at that, we've had another about $25 million coming through tonight. We've looked at $20 million for the police station. I think there was another $20 million for West Shore Middle School. There's an awful lot of money out, tens of millions of dollars. So I hope that you've been working with the finance director, who has all this information, and ensure that you know exactly what these bonding issues, including the temporary borrowings, are going to do to the taxpayers down the road, and make sure we're making the right decisions. When it comes to in particular, the automated recycling and solid waste, let's figure out what happened with the whole Millings project and the asphalt stockpile that's up in Eisenhower Park before we embark on another $4 million plus project with the taxpayers. Please make sure you know what the long-term impacts are on manpower, making sure the equipment will work on the streets. All of our streets, what happens with the existing equipment? We're still paying off bonds on some of the existing equipment we have.
Mrs. Smith?
Please make sure, gotcha. Please make sure that you understand the full financial implications of bonding this $4 million. Thank you.
Does anyone else like to address the board at this time? Seeing none, Alderman Vectorelli, agenda item number 3, consideration of minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular minutes of the Board of Aldermen meeting held on January 4th, 2016.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. There was no special meeting. Agenda item number 5, Chairman's report. Well, this is February. It's tomorrow's Groundhog Day. I know we're all hoping that the groundhog doesn't see a shadow, so we could have a quick spring coming up. And also, it's comes time for Valentine's Day. It's the time for us to think about our little sweethearts and remember all the things that they do for us. Right, Tony? Agenda item number 6. Mayor's report and recommendations. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I respectfully request your consideration and action on those items listed in the agenda, item 6A, as well as 8A through 8L. I'm here to answer any questions that you have as we go through the agenda this evening. I'd also like to call your attention to specifically 6A, an appointment to the Inland Wetlands Commission as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board. Dan Shopik is not here this evening. but he will be sworn in at another time by our city clerk. And Mr. Chairman, other than the above, this is the 100th anniversary of City Hall, this chapel of democracy that you're sitting in tonight. We are celebrating this anniversary with a couple of different events. There will be an event on February 19th, and I urge everybody to come. It is an event 101 years ago that this building, or the former City Hall, burned down on this site. And we will be remembering that day with our Milford Fire Department, who will be on scene with a bonfire. There will also be an ice sculptor. There will also be historians here discussing the history of Milford and its City Hall, and a comedian and hypnotist will be here. You have to get tickets for that just because we have limited seating in City Hall. Obviously, the event is free, but you do have to get tickets through the Recreation Department website, milfordrec.com. So I urge you to all do that. There will be a couple of other events throughout the course of the year to remember 100 years of City Hall, but I urge everybody to be here for the event on the February 19th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item number 7, there is no unfinished business. Moving on to agenda item number 8, new business. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item 8A.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached resolution regarding the authorization and issuance of sale of up to $20 million for the costs associated with the City of Milford general obligation refunding bonds.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Mr. Mayor, at this point, or Mr. Udisi, could you tell me what bonds are outstanding at this point, the total number?
Mr. Chairman, just as a little background, and then I'll defer to Mr. Eridisi. From time to time, bonds come due, whether they're 10-year bonds or 20-year bonds or 30-year bonds that we've issued decades ago, we can refinance or refund to try to use the low interest rates of 2016. The fact that we have such a premier bond rating, a AA plus bond rating, really does allow us to leverage the various bonds that we have outstanding from decades ago. As you recall, about a year ago, we refunded about $15 million worth of bonds and saved $700,000. And the year before that, we refunded about $22 million worth of bonds and saved $2.5 million for the taxpayers of Milford. Again, just by prudently managing those assets that we have, prudently keeping track of our finances. I give a lot of credit to our finance director, our bond counsel, and the consultants that we have. But Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Vitale, the current principal of outstanding debt is currently about $132 million.
Thank you. And at what rate, I know they're all different rates, but what is the average of all the rates?
The average coupon rate on our outstanding bonds is about 2.62%.
Thank you.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up with our finance director. Peter, so you mentioned that the outstanding bonds rate, the average is 2.62%.
If you look at our outstanding bonds over the years, it ranges anywhere from 2 to 5%. The 2.62 I used is related to some of the recent bondings that we've done, as the latest one in November of 2015.
So you mentioned 5%. So if you were to pull a sample, or a measure of what bonds that we're liable for at 5%, then if we were to refi, you're saying that we can get it down to 2.62%.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Giannatasio. To be more specific, I would say that the outstanding bonds that they're looking to or contemplating a refunding on, the average coupon rate is about 3.7, and what they're hoping to get through a refunding is to bring that down to somewhere in the low 2% range.
And that's going to be only up to $20 million. We're authorizing you to, we're pre-authorizing you up to $20 million.
Yes, 20 million would be the maximum. From what I'm hearing, we're contemplating an issue less than 20 million. I don't have the exact number, but it could be around somewhere between 10 and 15 million.
And this is what we're being told by our advisors that follow our bonding?
Yes, we're being told this by the city's financial advisor and also the underwriters who work through and look through our portfolio and really scrub through the bonds and find out which ones are eligible for refunding.
Peter, when would you be able to report back to us? I know that we're giving you pre-authorization. Does this take place during the course of the year? How long does the process take?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to be quite honest, initially from my own understanding, as you may have followed the markets, rates, the Fed has increased interest rates, markets have been volatile, and I did not anticipate a refunding on the horizon. However, with the volatility that happened in the month of January and what happened in the global markets with China, oil, etc., to make a long story short, in the recent week or so, just because of what's happened in the markets, there is an opportunity now to do a refunding that makes sense and that would save the city enough money to substantiate a refunding. So that just happened literally in the course of the last week and a half.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, so when you say you didn't anticipate a refinancing on the horizon, what you're saying is we're not really our advisors are advising us to take advantage of the market situation being that it is today, with the anticipation that it could become more volatile. So we're refinancing now, hopefully, so we can reap the benefit or realize the savings. When would we be eligible to refinance? Like, you didn't anticipate this happening, so when were we due for refinancing?
Well, we have done 4 refundings since 2010. So if you can imagine the city's portfolio, not all of the bonds are eligible for refunding. So we've done 4. So pretty much a lot has been refunded already. However, as we continue to borrow, of course, and as time proceeds, it doesn't mean that that ends the refunding. There will always be opportunities for refunding. And usually, traditionally, what we have done is come to this board when our advisors have told us that a refunding is on the horizon. That's normally what we've done, and that's what we continue to do at this time.
Peter, to Alderman Vitale's question, $132 million in total bonding. Through your tenure, what has our maximum bonding been with the city?
Well, I don't have the exact figures, but through my own tenure, the amount that we bond for each year will vary depending on the pace of the projects. I try to be as conservative as I can. The bonding that we did in November was about $8.3 million. During my tenure, we had one bonding that, was close to $12 to $14 million, so it can vary. But we only bond for what has been spent and completed. So if the projects during a given year, If the pace slows down a bit or we don't have as much activity as in prior years, then the bonding will be much lower.
Understood. I guess my question, let me rephrase it, is what has the total bonding been on the books in your tenure? The maximum amount of bonding since you've been the finance director?
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt here for a point of order?
What's the point of order, Mr. Alderman Vaccarelli?
Well, this line of questioning right now that's being held is not really germane to this agenda item. What we're asking here is to allow the authorizing agencies here for $20 million in bonding to basically reissue them at a lower interest rate, saving the citizens of Milford tons of money. I really have to say that the mayor has done an excellent job in saving us several $1 million by this exact same thing. Now, I don't have any problems with the questions that are being asked, but certainly that's not what this question here is about. And if any of the aldermen want any of these answers, they're available to them anytime during the week when these members here are available and they can call. But, you know, to ask all these questions about how much in bonding do we owe and all the line of questioning, I mean, it's just not germane to this question here. And it's just, you're asking the finance board for stuff that he might not even have in front of him, because it's not what we're doing here tonight. So I would ask for the members of this board to, if they would please stick to the question that's on the agenda. And I understand that we can go a little left and right of it, but, you know, to belabor this and to get in all about the city's bonding, this is not what we're here looking at right now. So I would ask for the point of order that we discontinue this line of questioning and we stick to the question that's on our agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it seems as though Mr. Vaccarelli has a propensity to cut off discussion. There is always a line of discussion that has background into it, and this is the background. And so I think it's very germane. I mean, we've heard nothing but points of order from Alderman Vaccarelli over the year, and I think it's nonsensical at this point. We need information. This is the time to get it, and I think in your own mind, it should be allowed. Thank you.
Alderman Giannattasio, are you set?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, respectfully, I understand Alderman Vaccarelli's point. The only reason why I've gotten more involved with the questioning is because we do have bonding in this agenda with, you know, the ordinances that are attached. And I just wanted to ask one final question, and then I'll be done. What the total bonding liability was since Peter Eridisi's been the finance director, and then I'll be finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Vitale?
I don't know if that answered your question, Mr. Alderman Giannattasio. The other question I have is the fact, at current rate, Peter, what would the current rate of new bonding rather than refunding, what would it be today?
What would the new rate be for the refunding or for the
New
actual
monies.
bonding?
New monies.
Well, we wouldn't, as of today, it could range anywhere in the low 3%, but I don't have the exact percentage of it. But I would estimate it would be in the 3% range.
Between 3 and 4% anyway.
Yeah, between 3 and 4.
Thank you.
Alderman Casey.
Through you to Mr. Eridisi, if you know, I'm sorry not to put you in the spot, but just as a way of background, during your tenure, or like in the past 10 years, has our bond rating fluctuated? Has it changed? Or
Through you, Mr. Chairman, through my tenure, the outstanding principal has just gradually increased year after year. The pace has slowed as we pay off debt, but as we bring on new debt, it goes up each year.
But our current rating is AA. Have I heard that correctly?
Yes, our current rating is AA+, and with Moody's AA1.
Has that been consistent throughout your tenure?
Consistent throughout my tenure and my predecessor's tenure as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answer.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, I think these bonding questions are pertinent to what we're discussing because we are looking to add another $25 million to the bonding. And if we're at 132 now, that's a significant number. I do have a question, Peter, to you for 5 years ago. We mentioned that number. Do you have any idea what or I'm sure you have an idea what the total bond outstanding was at that point compared to today?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't have the exact number, but if I had to recall or guess, it was definitely below 100,000, perhaps 87 million, more or less.
Okay, so it's significantly higher, and we're looking to add quite a bit to that. So.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could explain why there has been some adjustments. Back in 2006, we authorized approximately $100 million worth of sewage treatment plant upgrades. So that authorization really has driven a lot of the bond indebtedness as of recent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item 8B.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the City of Milford to accept the attached CDBG-DR planning grant for Pelham Street planning and design for resiliency and public access, to authorize the Mayor, Director of Community Development, Director of Public Works, and our City Attorney's Office to take all steps necessary, including signing all documents to effectuate said grant.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Mayor, after we get this $150,000 grant and the study is done, is that when the price of the repair work might be established?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Bevan, this grant contemplates just not a study, but also design, permitting. A lot of the costs associated with a lot of these shoreline projects, the projects that help build resiliency into our coast, a lot of the cost has to do with permitting through the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, sometimes with the national agencies like the Army Corps, but there is significant permitting associated with this project, and that's part of the cost that will be expended through this grant. So this grant will actually do the design. Once this design is complete, at that point we can put it out for bid, and that's when the low bid will come in for the different construction components of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. My question is more of maybe a clarification. I see that this grant also includes the design for the storm resiliency and public access, and I know that Mayor Blake, you mentioned in our leadership meeting that this was a stairway that accesses the beach below, correct? Okay, my question is, in our bonding package moving forward later this evening under the CDBG, there's a bullet point and it says Pelham Street access. It's part of the $1,072,000 bonding that is included with Walnut and Wilderman Beach, Crescent Beach, and Gulf Street and Welchers Point Road. This Pelham Street access that is identified, I'm assuming, I don't know, my question is it an entirely different project? Maybe you can answer, or is it the same? Is this for the construction part of the grant for the study?
It's all the same. The resolution that's before you, 8B, is to formally accept the grant from HUD, which is being administered by the Connecticut Department of Housing. We were awarded the grant. This board, just like all grants that the city is awarded, has to formally accept it. That's the resolution before you. However, this grant is a reimbursable grant. The city actually has to put out the money first, and then we receive reimbursement as we deliver our vouchers and invoices to the grant administrator at the state level. Under the bonding, you will see 4 different projects that are all CDBG grants, 3 of them of which this board accepted back in November: the Walnut Beach, Wildermer Beach project, the Gulf Street project, and the Woodmont Crescent Beach project. Those 3 grants you've already accepted. We have not had the opportunity to accept the Pelham Street grant, but all 4 of those grants will be bonded. There will be a cash advance, and we will be reimbursed for those projects. To the line of questioning before, those grants may pay off the money that we put out before we actually even go to issue bonds. So we may not even bond those projects, because usually we don't go out to bond until approximately 2 years after we authorize these projects. So those may never be bonded, but we are getting permission to bond and for a cash advance.
Thank you.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to you, Mr. Mayor, and whoever can answer the question. In the A&D and the architecture and design of the phase, is there a number associated with the cost of the construction? I know we haven't gone out to bid, but there has to be, in the good judgment of our professionals in the city, there has to be a number that we're looking at as far as the construction costs?
On average, the design and engineering cost for any project is between 8 and 10% of the overall project. However, I'd say that's a little bit different for shoreline projects. For example, the project on the border between Silver Sands Beach and Silver Sands State Park, there was a training wall that the state DEP recently re-engineered and reconstructed. The design, I think, for that training wall to make it shorter and squatter was just about as much as the construction. But to your point, until we get the bids back, we're not going to know for sure what the construction cost is going to be for this project, but there's an assumption that it will be somewhere, that this design cost will represent approximately 8% of the overall cost of the project.
We're talking a couple of $1 million.
I would say it would be closer to $1 million.
8% of $1 million? Well, again, you know, again, with all the minds in the city and knowing in the discussions, I would assume that, you know, there's some projections as to what the monies would be allocated or what kind of money we'll be spending on the project. So we're talking another between 1.5 million to 2. So at this point, so I just to look at a number that is reasonable and real at this point in time. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item number C.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached resolution regarding grant application for responsible growth and transit-oriented development grant program, and to authorize the mayor, city attorney, finance director, and community development director to take all steps necessary, including signing all documents to effectuate said grant.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor. In the packet that I've received, the grant application doesn't give a dollar figure of what we're asking for, other than it's between $25,000 and $2 million. Do you have any idea what we'll be asking for the grant to be?
The This seemed like a good grant opportunity for the new piece that we required along Railroad Avenue between High Street and River Street. And just because it's a transit-oriented development grant that the state is offering, it really seemed like it touched on that piece of property. Our city engineer, our community development director, and several other departments are working on this grant. It's not due yet. The grant application will come in somewhere between $1.5 and $2 million. And the emphasis on the grant, and again, our Community Development Director, Julie Nash, is here if you have specific questions about the application, but the grant is geared to prepare this site. As you know, and it'll come up later in the agenda, we are right now honoring the lease agreements for the tenants in the River Street property. We're going to honor those agreements until June of 2018. We're going to continue to maintain that building and maintain the parking lot. Over the course of the last month, we've done site work per the authorizations of your board. We have brought the structure towards High Street down. We've leveled off the ground there, and we've created approximately 75 to 80 new parking spaces, of which will open up in the next couple of weeks. And that's one of the phases to this project. The next phase to this project, which the development committee that we formed back in December is working on, is to get this site ready for some type of development. There's a lot of ideas, a lot of good ideas, because this really will be a key project for the downtown of Milford. It really is at the entranceway to our downtown, and we want it to be something that's thoughtful, well-planned, and the development committee over the course of the next 2 years will start that process. As part of that process, though, we know there's going to be significant site work. We're going to have to do things like establish appropriate buffers between the neighborhood and Arena Place, for example. Those are all things that will drive the cost of any kind of project, whether a developer comes in and we have a private-public partnership, or whether we get grant money or some other funding mechanism. But we do know for sure there's going to be site work involved in this project to get it ready for the next stage of the development, and this is what this grant contemplates.
So just as more or less a follow-up, even though the maximum on this grant is $2 million, we're looking to get the full amount if we can. Our grant application is going to be pretty close to the $2 million threshold. Thank you.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mayor Blake. Mayor Blake, in this grant, does it spell out that this grant, if realized, could only be used for site work on this property? This is, what else can we use it for? Or would that, in your opinion, is that the first step? Is that why you would allocate those dollars towards site work?
And again, our community development director is here if you have more questions, but there was a couple of different considerations for this property, how we could maximize this grant. We considered doing all the design work for a structure and on this site. However, there was thinking that it might tie the hands of any future developer who came in and wanted to engage in a public-private partnership. So this option that we had, given the conditions, the timing of existing lease agreements, this seemed to be the most appropriate way to apply for this grant.
Okay.
But there were several other thoughts and ideas that were bantered about.
Okay, so this is the direction that we're going to be going in the application process. We're going to state exactly what our intent is. Thank you.
Alderman Beer.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Mayor. Don't we normally just see these when we're accepting the grants? How come we're seeing it prior to the application this time?
This particular grant application called for a legislative resolution from the local legislative body, the Board of Aldermen. It also called for a legislative resolution from our regional body as well. So we have to have both of those resolutions in order to apply for the grant.
So this is just basically us saying we're going to ask for a grant.
That's just a resolution in support of a grant application.
Okay.
Any more discussion on the, excuse me, any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item 8D.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached resolution of endorsement regarding the South Central Regional Council of Governments Regional Performance Incentive Program, proposals for planimetric data development and a regional open space inventory.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Bevan.
Through you to the mayor, is there a cost to the city on this?
No.
Thank you.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mayor Blake. Mayor Blake, is there any other resources that we can regionalize through this South Central Regional Council of Governments? I know that these requests come up from time to time for specific projects that we all share in, but is there an opportunity for the city to, you know, for an example, like share a resource in engineering or anything like that?
Yes. Aside from these two proposals that we're pursuing at the regional basis, there's a lot of other initial proposals. In fact, I have a meeting on Thursday to discuss some additional pursuits for the city and the region. Things like GIS mapping. That's one of the projects that we're going to engage in. We also are looking to regionalize some of the expenses for the MS4 program, which is an EPA program that the state of Connecticut just adopted portions of. It requires additional environmental standards for local municipalities, everything from leaf pickup to street sweeping to pump out of catch basins and storm drains to cataloging and documenting what we do to ensure stormwater runoff doesn't affect Long Island Sound. So there's a whole bunch of mandates that have recently been enacted at the state level. They don't go into effect until another 2 years, but the city and the region are preparing for them and seeing how we can regionalize some of the costs associated with complying with those mandates.
Mayor Blake, in our membership fee from year to year, is it still at the same rate? Is it $10,000 per year?
It's approximately that. It hasn't increased, at least in the last 4 years that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item 8E.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached letter of participation, Connecticut Tax Collectors Association, and to authorize the mayor, city attorney, finance director, and tax collector to take all steps necessary, including signing all documents to effectuate said letter of participation.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This motion requesting letter of participation, the Tax Collectors Association, is with regard to access to the Connecticut Motor Vehicles database. And if I might, Mr. Chairman, through you to the finance director or to the city attorney, just so I understand, Peter, this is for the purpose of monitoring or gaining records to property tax information for motor vehicles exclusively. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe so.
And do we have any other, is there any other record sharing that we currently have with the Connecticut Department of Motor Vehicles that you're aware of?
going to ask Sue Taff, our tax collector, to come up to answer that question.
Although I'm
Hey,
not
Ms.
used
Staff,
to
thank
talking
you.
at something like this, so. This year, Motor Vehicle instituted a new program for clearing people that are delinquent in registering. So before, people used to come in, pay us, we'd stamp the registration, give them a clearance form, and they'd be fine. Now we have to go into the system and clear them by their ID number and their customer number. Not all of our records have that information on them, so now if we don't have it, we have to call another town that has this DMV direct system to get that information in order to clear a person to register. So right now, the other towns are very nice in doing this, but they're paying for the service, and we're not. So at some point, it's going to be, you know, we got to do this. And it's basically to get people registered and to help the customers.
Other tax offices already have
Oh,
this
yeah,
agreement.
there's a lot
We're
of-
late in coming to this, as I
Right.
understand it.
Yes, they've had it, some towns have had it probably for 3 to 4 years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening,
Hi.
Sue. My question is, how many people in your office would actually utilize this database?
Right now, we have partial database that we can utilize, and everybody can clear a taxpayer. This one will probably have maybe 2 of us doing it, so we could have a backup if somebody's not in. So probably 2 to 3.
And what happens if someone is not cleared once you start moving forward with this database and they're not cleared for whatever reason? If they're delinquent, is that the information that you're trying to gather?
Yes.
Do they pay a penalty to you, or you just don't, you turn them away?
They have to pay us their tax bill in order for us to clear them. So once they pay the tax bill, if we can't access the customer number on our system right now, that's when we have to go to this other system to get it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Bevan.
My last question to you today will be, is it a cost? I'm looking in my pack and it goes anywhere between $250 to $450.
It's for the city our size. It's $450 per year. We used to pay motor vehicle a fee every year for just catching the people, and they deleted that. So we're actually in the long run saving a lot of money.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Sue. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item 8F.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached contract for management of 4464 River Street, 0 River Street, map 54, block 322, parcel 4A, 0 Railroad Ave, map 54, block 322, parcel 2B, and 145 High Street, Milford, Connecticut, and to authorize the mayor and city attorney and finance director to take all steps necessary, including signing all documents to effectuate said contract.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Beer.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I guess to the mayor. Mayor, could you just let us know how many tenants are presently occupying that space and how many parking spaces? And if you can break that down for me, existing parking spaces plus new parking spaces for a total of the parking spaces?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Beer, we anticipate that the new parking spaces for the new site will be approximately 75 to 80. There are a little bit more than that in existence right now that are unassigned. However, there's approximately 45 to 50 spaces right now that are assigned to tenants in that building. So part of their lease agreement says that they have to have a parking space that's lit and in some proximity to the building. So some of those parking spaces under the current lease agreement are already encumbered. But I will defer to the city attorney for the present leases because his office is administering those at this point until the management company comes on board full strength. The city attorney's office and the finance office will actually will still continue to receive the checks, the weekly checks and the monthly checks for the lease payments.
Before the city attorney answers, I just want to clarify. So there's 195 parking spaces, 75 existing that will go to commuters, 75 new that will go to commuters, and 45 in the present lot that are going to be assigned to tenants occupying the building, for a total of 195?
Approximately somewhere between 175 and 195.
Any more questions or discussion on the motion? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Oh.
Does the city attorney have the answer for the tenants, or is he working on that?
How many tenants?
Number of tenants in the building.
Mr. Chair, through you, I'm sorry, there were 6 questions. I couldn't remember which ones you wanted me to answer. It was the first one you asked. I believe there's 7 tenants.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the mayor. Why do we want to go out to a management company?
Because for a variety of reasons, that's how it existed prior. And this will probably be only for the first 2 years until the development committee determines what we're going to do. But there's the management of parking. We don't, in the city, we don't have the skills or expertise to do that. There's also the collection of checks, the maintenance of the facility, and everything else that goes along with managing a property that brings in $300,000 a year.
Who's doing all of that stuff right now?
We have a at-will agreement with the management company that's before you here for a contract.
You have an at-will agreement, but who has been collecting the checks, the rent, and plowing and doing minor repairs on the buildings if necessary?
The city attorney's office, the finance office has been doing all the financial.
And for the parking, Public Works has taken over some stuff?
No. Public Works did some site work on the portion of property towards High Street, but in terms of the maintenance of the facility, no.
So if something were to go awry in the buildings on the agro property itself, would Public Works kind of fix anything? We go about if something happens?
Under this proposal, no.
As presently, not the new proposal, as has been done in the last couple of months.
Presently, nothing has happened to date. We have had a company come in and do the cleaning and bring toilet paper in and things of that nature and change light bulbs. But in terms of major projects, there has been none. We hope that doesn't change for the next 2 years because, again, we're going to be making changes with that entire structure, presumably in the next few years. Presently, though, we haven't had any big developments.
Thank you. To just go on a couple of minutes, it seems that we in the city have the resources. If we go out to a management company for what, $1,250 or whatever it was, $14,000 per year to a management company that we're already doing most of the work. I just think it behooves us to continue that process and to keep it within the city. As far as parking or anything like that, I always thought the transit district would to be taking care of that particular piece. For the low maintenance of those buildings until everybody is out, I don't know why Public Works can't be doing it. We have the resources, why it can't be plowed, et cetera. I just think we need to look at the money we're spending. If it's for the next couple of years until all of the leases are up or whatever it might be, that there's almost $29,000 in revenue coming in from that just on savings from the management company plus the tenants and the leases and the rents. I think it's common sense, and I'm looking to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle too to say, hey, look, we are maintaining this property now. We should be doing that until it's demolished, and I think we would be better off. I think just a little bit savings towards our citizens and our taxpayers would go a long way. And a couple of meetings ago, when we came up with the idea of demolition, Mr. Director Saley had indicated the fact that in order to demolish, you needed licensing. I would imagine that maybe we should effectuate the idea that Mr. Saley look into the idea of licensing for demolition, and we can take care of the demolition ourselves there. We can save a great deal of money. So if it's up to me, and if at my vote, I'm voting against this because I think that we can maintain it in the city and save our taxpayers a few bucks. And I think that's an important piece. And I think perception is reality, that we are looking at that taxpayer and saying, hey, we're going to do something on our own, and we're going to just continue what we're doing in good stead. And we have the resources. We have the manpower. We have the resources. And I think it's just good common sense not to go out to a management company and spend another $14,400 a year of their time. We would have to pay for everything else anyway. They're just managing it anyway. So the fact is we are insured. We have all of the resources. So for all those reasons, I'm voting against this. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Vitale, there's really two options. The way that we've been treating this thus far is like an enterprise fund. As you know, we received this property through a $5 million grant from the state. It cost local Milford taxpayers $0. We have been receiving income for the City of Milford's general fund. All of the projects that we've undertaken so far for this property, everything that we've spent in connection with this property, all expenses for this property have come out of the rents and the lease monies that we have taken in for this property. It has been a lockbox. It has not cost the City of Milford taxpayers a single dollar. That's the program that we are advocating that we continue to pursue. What you're contemplating is to add to the general operating budget additional City of Milford employees at great expense to the taxpayers. Under that program, taxpayers will be charged money that we don't have to pay at this point. The system that you're talking about is to hire new city personnel to maintain this property. As you know, the existing city personnel are at capacity. We run a very efficient system. We cannot take on an additional property without either overtime costs or hiring new personnel. And that's a system, if that's what you're advocating for, Alderman Vitale, that will cost taxpayers additional money.
I think it's a good thing that the taxpayer hasn't been burdened with anything at this particular point in time. I can't believe that we can't handle it as far as city for 2 years, as far as the public works is concerned, is to go through with a plow. I know it sounds simplistic, but the fact is we do have the manpower, we do have the equipment, we do have the resources to continue this. We're doing it now. We're doing it now. So the fact remains that it's a good thing that the taxpayer hasn't gotten involved with this particular point at this particular point in time. But I think for the next 2 years, and that would be the projection that I thought we had to get rid of these buildings after the next 2 years while the leases are up. So I really feel as though it's not a burden on the city. I think we have the manpower, and I think we could be industrious and creative in ways that we've done so far with our public works and use them in all the other kinds of things that we've done. These guys know what the situations are, and and you know what? We have the time, we have the manpower, and the resources. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, through you again, we can absolutely handle it, but we can't handle it with the existing manpower without costing taxpayers additional money. The proposal that you're supporting, Alderman Vitale, is to do it at a cost to the taxpayer as opposed to doing it without any taxpayer money. This will continue to have it done without any taxpayer money. You're advocating to switching to a different style of management that's going to cost the taxpayer additional money.
Talking about paying a management company $14,000 a year to manage. Anything above that, if they have to do any labor-intensive kinds of things, we're going to pay the bill anyway. So we're giving the opportunity of an outside firm to come in and dictate the fact that we need to plow, you're going to pay for the money, you're going to pay for the plowing. You need to fix this, we're going to pay for that fix. So the fact is, managing and management is managing. Labor-intensive issues in projects are still going to be at our cost. So you can't say it's not going to be a burden to us. It's a burden right now. I think if we take this, a step further for the next couple of years, I think we'd be doing a greater service for the city than to hire a management company at $14,400 a year, go out and prepare and cost back charge all of us, or back charge the city for all of the work that is done on the property. I think it's, I don't think it's common sense.
Alderman Vaccarelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must say that I have to agree with the mayor's ideas on this, that we were very fortunate, Milford, to get a grant of $5 million to be able to buy these properties and to really help the city of Milford move forward in the future. And we inherited all those rents. We're getting a lot of rent money. Every month we get a substantial amount of rent back from those buildings that we own. Now what we're asking to do is, what is it, maybe $300 a week for our property management group to go in there and make sure that if there's any problems at all, that they're addressed and they're taken care of in a timely fashion, and this person will be responsible for that. And even with the repairs, that any kind of repairs that would need to be done over there, if we had a broken water pipe or a clogged drain or any number of situations, the citizens of Milford, they're pretty much going to be covered by the rent that we get over there. It's a substantial amount of money. Now, you know, we were given a grant to move forward with this property. We have a substantial amount of rent that comes in every month for these properties, and you know, for us to hire a property manager to assist in taking care of this, where we won't have to involve any more hiring of city employees for like $300 a week, is just, it's just really a good plan. And I really hope that that everybody will be able to support this, because it's really a win-win for the citizens of Milford. No increase in taxes, and the monies that we take in there will just, and even for the repairs, are going to cover all of this. So, you know, it really is truly the best plan, and so I hope that you can support it, because we, you know, it won't cost us anything. That's really the bottom line. If you want to keep the taxes down, then let's go with this plan, and we're not going to have to worry about bringing in the city to bring in more people to help us do this. So, you know, I want to support it because it is the best plan and won't cost the taxpayers any money. Thank you.
Alderman Beer. You got 3 hands up over there.
I'll take
Alderman
my-
Beer.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, through you to the mayor. I just wanted to go over the parking spaces again. With the management company, will they be taking new applications going off an existing list? Will they be responsible for, you know, maintaining the monthly list? If something expires, put a new month on? Will there be weekly spaces? I'm just trying to let the board and everybody know that it's not a matter of them just sitting idly by waiting for the phone to ring. there will be some daily, weekly, monthly activities that a management company is going to have to do. And the way I envision this, I think most of the work is going to be on the parking spaces, not the 7 tenants. I think the 7 tenants are pretty, you know, they're there, they're paying rent. If there's a problem, they're going to call them. But I'd like to know more the involvement of the management company with these parking spaces and how the parking spaces are going to be allotted. Will the management company be working off a list we give them? Will they be, you know, how does that work, the parking spaces?
Yes, we charge $7 a day for daily parking, $80 a month, and we just implemented a $25 a week rate for parking. I don't think there's anyone that's opted for the weekly rate just because it's brand new. But those are the 3 rates, but the management company will be overseeing the parking as well.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Chair, to the Mayor. You mentioned $300,000 of rental income. Is that strictly the tenants of the building?
No, that's inclusive of the parking, approximately.
So that's total tenants and parking?
Yes.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I just wanted to weigh in on this. I've been listening to the debate, and there's a lot of good points that were made, and I just think that Alderman Vitale does raise an interesting point. I just wanted to maybe elaborate on it a little bit. You know, there's a lot of synergies between the city and maintenance and things like that, plowing, trash pickup, maintenance. We have a building maintenance department. If there's a need to make a repair, they go to a city building and they make the repair. And the mayor stated that we certainly can absorb it. It's not a matter of us not having the manpower. We can definitely do the work. To Alderman Vitale's point, you know, why spend the money if we already have the resources? So just to take it a step further, why can't we look at it from this perspective? Why can't we pay ourselves? If we need to send somebody there, we're going to take it out of the rent money, and the city's going to realize that money for the service, and we're paying ourselves. Like, we pass ordinances, Director Saley was up here, you know, about people that don't clean up their lot, the parking lot, or in front of their establishment after a weekend, and the city employees have to go out there and they have to literally pick up the garbage. And now we're starting to back bill these businesses because it's taking time and labor away from our regular work that we do. So I think that the concept is interesting, and I would be in favor of it if we can pay ourselves back. We are doing the work. I know that the city attorney's dealing with the leases, and I know that Public Works is capable of, you know, maintaining the building and plowing. It's not geographically, it's right next door. You couldn't ask for a better location. So it's not like we're having people go out of their way. You know, it's just something that I wanted to add to the discussion, and I think it, you know, it does have potential if we can pay ourselves back in that fashion. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Giannattasio, it's absolutely something we can take on. However, make no mistake, it comes at a cost. Property management, there is a skill set associated with it. This type of property management is not something that we necessarily are adept at the city level, because we don't have a structure that's similarly situated to the one on Railroad Avenue. We have places that we rent out. The Chamber of Commerce building we lease for $1 a year. Scooby-Doo's, all those. Generally, the responsibility of maintenance falls onto the leasing party. If we took this on, there are things that your board has to know. First and foremost, some of the liability that was going to be taken on by the property manager is now thrust back onto the city. If there's trip and falls, slip and falls, any of that, that is wholly the responsibility now of the city. So there's an additional liability associated with it. There are likely going to be people with certain property management skill sets that we're going to have to bring on. That's a cost to the city. That's a cost to the taxpayers. Can we fund it through this quasi-enterprise account? Yes, but there's going to be costs just like there's costs if we hire a property manager. We are putting a proposal that we believe that the department heads have discussed long, that we think is the most efficient, least costly position for the city to take, and that's what we're presenting you with. We've looked at a couple different options, and the recommendation from, again, the folks that have looked at this long and hard, the finance directors and his office staff, the public works director and his office staff, the city attorney and his staff, this is the recommendation that they're bringing forward to you.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor. What percentage of the parking fees are cash now? Is there much? And what measures are in place to make sure that we get that cash and it doesn't disappear now that it's a municipality?
We do audits, but we track it on a daily basis. The cash is brought to us on a daily basis and filed with the city attorney's office and the finance office.
And what's the percentage of cash that's coming?
I think all of the daily parking is cash, and
how much a day roughly parking cash?
We can get you a printout, Alderman Gurman.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Gurman, we can give you a statistical breakdown of it. You see in the daily parkings, you'll see ebb and flows, weather. If it's a nice day, people go into the city, you'll see more of an uptick. But we have certainly, we receive checks for the monthly parkers. We assumed same process for the parking situation from Mr. Agro's, how he ran it. There's daily parking tickets, and those are audited. The tickets, number of tickets sold, match the dollars. So we give him a certain number of tickets. He brings the money each day, goes to the finance office, that's accounted for. I think there's a certain window of time before, at month's end, I think it's 10 days, 20 days, I think it's 10 days, not 15 days, before month's end, if a monthly parker wants to renew, so we know how many spots there are in terms of, so we can certainly get you that information, just didn't come with that information this evening.
Yeah, my concern is just the cash. Cash always disappears easily in any business, and certainly for a municipality.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Gurman, that is all of our concern. We believe we have the protocols in place to prevent that. In fact, in my conversations with the Perry team, that was their concern as well. Nobody wants to touch cash, but we believe we have the protocols in place to ensure that it is safely tracked and monitored and taken care of and deposited with the finance department.
Thank you.
Is there any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Vitale.
To you, thank you, Mr. Chair. To you and the mayor, just as a point of information, I thought that all the parking and all of the all that has to do with parking is under the auspices of the transit district. Am I incorrect in that, or isn't there an ordinance?
There's separate parking that the transit district administers. This parking is administered by the city at this point.
What would be the transit district piece? What do they administer to?
I think they have approximately 500 spots. I may be wrong in the total number along the railroad tracks, along Railroad Ave on the other side, and at other places in the downtown area.
Oh, why couldn't this be given to that department and that they can handle it in their own way, in an established way? And they have a plan anyway. They have a protocol that they were working with. Why can't we just can't they assume these parking spaces?
We've had that discussion with Henry Jadick, the director of the department. It may happen into the future. At this point, though, the most cost-effective proposal that we've seen so far is this.
Any more discussion on the motion?
5-minute recess.
5-minute recess. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I just would like to make a comment. You know, I think that we had some interesting debate here tonight, and I truly believe that if we do have the ability to do this in-house and we could pay ourselves and realize the money from the rents even more by managing the property, I'm not really opposed to how this ends up, but I think that people look to us to be a little creative, and I just want to make a point. It is temporary. I mean, it's not like people are moving in and people are moving out, and I understand the points that were made, you know, that we don't want to necessarily be in that business, but it's temporary. It's a matter of time, and people are going to move out sooner than later. We already amended a lease to give someone the flexibility to move out once they find a new space. So we're working along with this from a day-to-day standpoint. So I think that Alderman Vitale made a good point, and you know, if we had more time on this, I'm sure we could talk to the Director of Public Works, and I'm sure that he could figure out a way to maintain the building, and I'm sure if we talked to the Transit Authority and we had more time on this, that they would figure out a way to, you know, manage the parking. You know, it's not impossible. You know, we just are trying to, you know, save the taxpayer money, and, you know, we just want to think out of the box. So I just wanted to make that comment, and the other thing I wanted to mention was the insurance that Mayor Blake brought up. He made a point that being that it's a management company, we wouldn't be responsible for a slip and fall, and I think that that's not 100% accurate. I think that we would still be responsible, and we would still be put on notice as a city, and we do have the insurance already in place. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more discussion? Alderman Bevan, do you have anything new to add? We've already discussed this in quite depth. We'd like to get on with the vote. Do you have anything new to add?
Yes, I do, Chairman.
Go ahead.
Through you to the mayor. If this request does not go through, I look at right now, we don't have a point person that is responsible to collect the money and do everything right now. There is not a point person. It's being spread out amongst different departments right now. If this request doesn't go through, will you appoint someone to be that point person?
We will likely have to hire a point person, and there will be a cost associated with that, yes.
So that would be probably someone that's already within the employment of the city, because it's only a temporary 2-year position. But there would have to be a point person that you want to put on this project. And in your opinion, would it be more than $300 a week to put this point person in place that's already a city employee right now?
We haven't studied it in depth, but likely if we hired a point person, that's about the rate that we'd have to pay given the size of the facility and the responsibilities and duties associated with it.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Anderson?
Yes.
Alderman Beatty? Alderman Bevan?
No.
Alderman Beer? Yes. Alderman Casey?
No.
Alderman Gurman?
Yes.
Alderman Gennatasio?
No.
Alderman Golden? Yes. Alderman Grant?
Yes.
Alderman Shaw? Alderman Smith?
Yes.
Alderman Vecchiarelli?
Yes.
Alderman Vitro?
Yes.
Alderman Vitale?
No.
10 yes.
10 yes and 4 no. The motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item 8G.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached resolution regarding a grant application for Department of Human Services.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item 8H.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached resolution regarding a grant application for youth and family services activities.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item 8I.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached resolution regarding the grant application for State Department of Social Services.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, just given this opportunity, these grants have to do with our Human Services Agency, and Chrissy Roach is in the audience this evening. Chrissy Roach is the acting director of Human Services. I just wanted to introduce you again to her. You've met her in the past in other capacities. In November, she was appointed the acting director when Lisa Diamond Graham retired. And I just wanted to point out Christy, who has been sitting here with us this evening listening to the conversation and the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Chrissy. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. At this point, I would entertain a motion to reorder the agenda to move items 12A, 12A1, 12.2, and 12.3, Report of Ordinance Committee, next on our agenda so that we can vote on the building bonding ordinances. Is there a motion to reorder the agenda?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Then reorder the agenda. Alderman Vecchiarelli.
That's Frank, you ready?
Alderman Frank Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ordinance Committee of the Board of Aldermen met this evening to consider 3 separate ordinance motions. The first is an ordinance appropriating $3,896,200 for the design and construction of sanitary sewers and wastewater facilities, and authorizing the issuance of $3,896,200 of bonds of the city to meet said appropriation, and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowings for such purpose. This ordinance was considered and unanimously recommended to the full board. I'd like to make that in the form of a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Smith, motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Beer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. So what we're discussing right now is the $3.8 million in sewer projects, and it's broken down into 3 projects: 600,000 Edgefield, 2.7 for Edgefield and Seabreeze, and then another 469,000 for the Beaverbrook wastewater plant replacement of aeration line. Are these projects already been bid? Are these real numbers? Are these the anticipated numbers? Have we done the design work? Is that included in here?
Mr. Chairman, through you, to Alderman Beer, our wastewater consultant, Westcott and Mapes, and Raymond Macaluso is here today, but the first 2 projects we did bid. We have to go out again to rebid the Edgefield Ave, Seabreeze Ave project. The Beaverbrook project for the aeration line, that has not been bid, but the other 2 projects, if you recall, a year ago, we were in front of your board for the engineering costs for the Edgefield Ave sanitary sewer pipe lining and the Edgefield Ave reconstruction project.
Your question answered, Alderman Beer?
I think so. Maybe I could ask through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Macaluso. So these projects are ready to go, bid, and if you could just kind of break down, how do we go about these sewer projects? Is there like a plan of how we're rebuilding the city, or are we kind of reactionary to where we see problem areas and then they get built out? And just to keep going, I'll keep it. Like the Beaverbrook plant, we put a ton of money into those plants, and now we're looking at another $469,000. Is this part of the plan, or is this something outside the plan?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Beer, the way we do it is myself, the wastewater superintendent, Ed Kozlowski, Director of Public Works, Chris Saley, we sit down and we discuss the projects at hand. These are the 3 main projects out of 7 projects we have presented to the mayor. The first one, and as the first 2, as the mayor said, this was 2 years ago, Mr. Mayor. These were supposed to go out for construction last year. They were designed over 2 years ago, and we put it aside because there were other priorities. The Beaverbrook plant, that was part of the original design, the aeration line, but again, it was cost dollars, and looking at the dollars, we took the aeration line out at that time, and what happened over the years, it's just gotten worse. So right now, it's a critical path. So those 3 projects are very critical. There are other projects that are on the priority list, but right now, these are the 3 most critical projects.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to, I guess, the finance director, but he disappeared. Maybe I can ask the mayor. So the bonding for this, how will that be paid back? Through the city, or is it paid through the sewer funding, sewer taxes?
The city, the sewer user fee covers the operational cost of wastewater. It also supports a percentage of the payback for the clean water grants that we get. The majority of this, though, is paid back through our debt service.
So someone that doesn't have a sewer or isn't hooked up to the sewers is actually paying for everybody else that is. Is that correct?
There's actually, in addition to the sewer user fee, approximately $300 for a residential property annually. There is an additional charge anytime we do, for example, an infill project. There is an additional charge that the adjacent property owner pays back through his taxes or her taxes. over the course of a 10-year period, and that's outlined in an ordinance. So that's one of the ways that the users actually pay back directly the cost of some of the capital improvements, but some of the overall capital improvements, for example, to the wastewater treatment plants, a lot of those, unless it's paid back through the Clean Water Fund, is paid back through the regular debt service, which we all contribute to.
Thank you.
Alderman Vecchiarelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering the savings that we might make on that Edgefield Ave one where we're going to reline it rather than like replace it all. How much money will we save on that? Was it a substantial amount?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Vecchiarelli, yes, we came up with the idea of doing the pipelining on this particular pipe. It's an 8-inch clay pipe. It was built back in the 40s or 50s. We TV'd it. We saw that it was in fairly good condition as far as lining. It did not have to be removed and replaced. Therefore, it would be probably about $2 million to reconstruct that 8-inch line. So with the pipe lining, it's a substantial savings to the city. We've done this throughout the city. We went under the Whippoag River from Fowler to Listman's Landing, and we also did 18 manholes in the Indian River by lining. So, and today's technology is much more suited. But again, this is our recommendation. We feel it's going to be warranted over 50 years. We should have no issues.
So you think there's a $2 million savings?
Yes, because it's a state road.
I like that, yeah. You don't have to repave and all that other stuff,
That is
right?
correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Macaluso. Mr. Macaluso, in the Edgefield Ave and Seabreeze Ave sanitary sewer reconstruction, what constitutes the reconstruction versus the pipelining? I'm sure that you did a TV on that as well. Does this actually, this can't be relined?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Giannattasio, it cannot be relined because what we have to do is we have to increase the size of the pipe. Right now it's an existing 15-inch pipe. It should be a 18-inch pipe. Because we're doing all the improvements on the Rock Street pump station, the capacity will be substantial. If we do not do the increase, this has been on the books for many years to increase it, we cannot reline it. We looked at it, but it's the capacity issue. Should the capacity go up, you'll see sewage coming out of the manholes basically if there's any surcharge or anything. So that's why we're increasing it to 18-inch to where it should be.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, so the flow capacity is increasing. So that leads me to my next question. When you're relining Edgefield Avenue, you mentioned that it's an existing clay 8-inch pipe. Now when you reline it, are you reducing the size?
Again, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Giannattasio, no. The 8-inch is sufficient size. It's not an interceptor like the 15-inch, which should be an 18-inch. This, again, looking at the calculations, the flows, it has enough sewer capacity and flow with the 8-inch, existing 8-inch, and there's no reason to increase it. Even by the lining, it does not take more than an inch, so it's not reducing it substantially.
And the lifespan is approximately 50 years?
50 years, just like the regular PVC pipe. It could go 100 years with today's new technology.
And getting back to Beaverbrook wastewater plant, the replacement of the aeration line?
Yes.
What exactly is that?
The aeration line is part of the process. Aeration line pumps air into the aeration tanks where the sludge is. It aerates all the sludge and it breaks it down, and then it goes on to the various different phases. What's happening right now, the pipe is underground. It's a ductile iron pipe. It's leaking. Blowers are constantly running, so what we plan on doing is putting a new stainless steel above ground line, leaving the existing ductile iron below grade, and this will reduce the cost substantially for the blowers, electricity, everything. So it's only an improvement.
So you're going to abandon the line that's in the ground?
Yes, sir.
And there's no concern with that? That's
No,
okay?
It's abandoned in place.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more discussion on the motion? Is that a hand, Mr. Alderman Beer? Alderman Beer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Ray. The 469,000 aeration, is this going to help at all with nitrogen credits? Will it be more efficient with this process?
Again, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Beer, it will help, yes. And it'll save quite a bit of money on the electrical bill.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't want to ruin the surprise for the budget discussions, but our wastewater treatment crews have really had a laser focus on making sure plant operations were at a maximum. You are going to be very pleased with the nitrogen credits that the city receives back from the state this year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of like surprises. You just ruined it, but I'll wait for that. The cost of these sewer projects, there's just really big numbers, and it's just hard for us to get our mind around it. We know we got to do them. But like $2.7 million for a sewer line. How much, is there like an average cost per foot to put a 15-inch line in the ground? And is it pretty consistent over the last like 10, 15 years? Is it up, is it down? And why is it $2.7 million to put in a sewer line? Is it just a lot of line, or is it just really expensive?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Beard. Edgefield Avenue is a state road. Number one, we have to conform to the state specifications versus if it was a local road. We have to, they have their own protocol, and it's a little more stringent than we would like. We work with them very well. The other thing is we look at the cost based on putting new sewer in. This is an existing sewer that's going to be abandoned. We have bypassing. You have to keep the flow going. So the bypassing adds more to the cost. So I could give you a cost for a new sewer line at maybe $250 a linear foot, but this is different. You have to look at each project differently. And that's where Edgefield Avenue is a little different. You have trolley tracks that were built back in the 20s and 30s. We have to take care of the Morningside little trolley stand, so to speak, because now we're putting the sewer on the other side of the road. So it does, I can't give you a particular cost to say it's average on this particular project. It's very unique. But oil has dropped considerably, as you know, and that was a driving force for the sewers, for paving and everything. We don't usually get a credit for anything, but this is a special project, that's why.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Ray. Last time Mr. Kozlowski was here, the interim director, and we talked about wipes and how it's clogging up the system. Do you see a problem in the future with the wipes, and should that be discussed further about eliminating wipes in our system?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Gerben, yes, it is a big problem. The wipe industry says there's no problem, and again, Mr. Kozlowski is very true to say that the wipes do cause issues in the plant. It doesn't, they don't chew them up. It is a problem through industry-wide, and I know there's been a lot of talk, and something has to be done to stop the product from being used and flushed down the toilet. Okay.
Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Alderman Frank Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ordinance Committee met this evening and considered an ordinance appropriating $13,469,500 for various public improvements and authorizing the issuance of $13,469,500 of bonds of the city to meet said appropriation and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowings for such purpose. I would also add, Mr. Chairman, that is the original ordinance as contained in our packet was amended in our Ordinance Committee meeting such to add as Section 2 the following language: with respect to the police station facilities upgrade described above, the upgrade referred to as the upgrade, neither the city nor any official employee, committee, or board thereof shall issue a request for qualification for design of such upgrade until the Board of Aldermen authorize the issuance of such a request for qualification. With that amendment, this ordinance was recommended by a unanimous vote of the Ordinance Committee to the full board, and I would like to make that as a motion to the full board here, Mr. Chairman.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Casey.
Thank you. Through you to the mayor. I'm just considering the $2.2 million for the city-wide road, sidewalk, and curb repaving and construction. Is there like a schedule that goes with that? Is that yearly? Is that something that we'll expect to see next year around the same amount? Is it just, if you could just give me some background, I'd appreciate it. And just another question, if I can, is this is all to repave. This isn't new sidewalks or any new roads. This is all repaving. Is that, if you can just clarify for that as well, too. Thank you.
Annually, we attempt to pave or repave approximately 6 to 10 miles of roads a year in the city of Milford. That varies depending on the scope of those roads that we're going to be redoing. For example, a few years ago, we did Wheelers Farm Road. That's an exceptionally wide road, and it wasn't just putting a million and paving it. We had to really reconstruct that whole road. So that particular year, we actually paved less than 10 miles. This last year, we paved a little bit more than 10 miles. But the goal is to repave at least 10 miles. Now, we have approximately 240 plus miles of centerline roads in the city of Milford, 1,200 side streets, and 1,200 streets in the city. And if you do the math, 1,240 plus miles of road, how long it's going to take if we do 10 miles a year to have your road repaved. We have 3 buckets of money that we utilize each year to repave the roads. This is one of the 3 buckets. This is the largest amount of money. We also use Town Aid Road, which is a grant that we get from the state. We also utilize lots of funding, another capital grant that we get from the state. But collectively, we have a lot of road to pave each year. We have an asphalt management program. Alderman Giannatasio earlier asked about some of the things that our Council of Governments, our region, does to help out individual towns. One of the things that was an initiative, a project for the Council of Governments, is that they hired engineers in a software company to go into each of the towns and actually catalog the condition of each road within the city of Milford. They did it for all 15 towns, and they inputted that onto software, which our city engineer's office and our city public works office can now use to monitor the age of the roads, the conditions of the roads, what type of utility improvements have happened on the roads in a given year or for a particular period. And that's a tool that our Public Works Office and our Engineering Office now uses in order to determine the priority list for paving. There's a couple of other factors that come into play for paving each year. Obviously, there's a cost for mobilization and demobilization, so you want to do a group of roads or a group of paving together, so you do chunks at a time. But those are some of the factors and some of the things that go into the approximate 10 miles of paving that we do each year. Thank you.
Alderman Beer.
through you, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor. I apologize, I have a terrible memory. Is this an average 2.2 million that we bond on an annual basis for our road reconstruction?
This is, if you look at the capital improvement plan, this is, we usually do $1.1 million, or that's what we have done previously. This is more because we have a little catch up to play because, again, we're not going to be able to get to all the roads and we've had additional requests.
I'll follow up on that. If we're going to borrow $1 million or $2 million every year to pave our roads, have we ever considered this being a budget item under Public Works?
This is the type of capital expense that most cities, I would say all cities, bond for. In Milford, we would absolutely take advantage of bonding because we have such low interest rates, as our finance director mentioned before. Given our AA+ bond rating, our prestigious bond rating, we can borrow at really less than most of the surrounding communities.
I've been hearing that for the last couple of years, that the interest rates are really low and we should take advantage of that. But then I also heard that we had like $87 million in bonds a couple of years ago, and after tonight we'll be looking at about $160 million in bonds. So we've almost doubled our bonding. So at some point we're gonna have to pay for this. So if we're gonna spend money every year bonding and just keep raising the bonds, when do we start talking about putting it into the budget so we can pay this stuff off?
That's something that we contemplate each year as we look into the bonds. The bonds, at least for the last 4 years, the amount that we funded have been less on average annually than previous. Again, we usually hover between $20 and $30 million a year. That's pretty standard for each year, but we look at each project individually to see what we can afford, what we can pay for, and those projects that, as Mr. Macaluso mentioned earlier, that aren't top on the priority list, we look to fund them in another year. I can say without reservation, roads are something that are the highest thing a municipality can do on the priority list. They're something that everybody, out of the dozen calls that we get at a particular time, at least in my office, more often than not, one of them is about the condition of a road or a sidewalk. So it's something that, for a public safety standpoint, for a management standpoint of our assets and our resources, is a very high priority.
I would definitely agree with that. I think the citizens love to see their roads paved. I mean, everyone loves that. If they see their road in their neighborhood or near their neighborhood, something they travel every day, paved, it's awesome. I mean, I've never heard anybody complain once that their road got paved. But sitting here as an alderman, and there's a few things that we do here. We look at spending money, ordinances, and things like that. And I just don't know if I'm doing my constituents the best service if I keep agreeing to bonding money every year and increasing the amount of bonds that my children are going to have to pay back someday when, they're buying houses now. They're going to start paying taxes. And I just think that we should discuss paying for what we're spending. I mean, I agree we need to spend the money. I'm just not sure I'm in agreement with how we're spending it. I mean, you run your household, you try to spend what you take in every year, and if there's an emergency, you borrow money if you have to, or in the case of a city, you bond money. Unless I'm looking at this the wrong way, I see this as, we need to do this project, we don't have the money, so let's bond it. And I understand the rates are low right now, but we're still borrowing money out instead of paying for it now. And I just think maybe not tonight, but I just definitely want to put it out there. We keep saying we have a great bond rating and we're getting low interest rates. But at some point, when are the bond rating agencies going to look at the amount of money we owe and say Milford still has a great bond rating? Are we going to still maintain that when we owe $160 million in bonds? I guess that's my question to you, Peter, or an actuary. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, through you, our bond total indebtedness is not 160, it's 130. But just to go back to the road paving, We do have different buckets of money. The bonding is just one of the 3 buckets that we utilize. We have pay-as-you-go as well as the bonding in order to pay for the road work that we do in any given year. So we do utilize money through grants and as pay-as-you-go, as well as the bonded money. It's a portion.
Again, it's not really a discussion, and I know it's not pertinent exactly to paving a road, so I'm hoping Alderman Vecchiarelli will give me a little leeway here. My discussion is I'm trying to get into, and maybe this isn't the time, but I don't know when the right time is going to be, is when, you as the mayor put this stuff on my agenda, and I have to say yes or no. So you're making me make a choice tonight. Do I want to agree with you, or with, not necessarily you, but do I want to take on an additional amount of bonding to fund these projects tonight? And I know we have to fund the projects. My question is, can we, in a budget maybe in the next year, 2 years, whatever, pay more money so that it's not going up every year? Can we at least, if we're going to borrow 20, 30 million, we should be paying back something so that it's not going up every year. And I'm going a little long on this, but maybe Peter can just let me know, what do we pay every year towards our bond indebtedness of the 132 million? How much do we pay on an annual basis towards that?
Well, we pay on it if we did not borrow, if we ceased borrowing, obviously eventually as you go forward in time, the annual cost would go down, just like a mortgage. But since we continue to borrow, obviously the levels, increase gradually over time. So on average, I would say as we go into the new budget cycle, you're looking at annual debt service costs in the figure of about $14+ million. But that includes, I have to clarify, the $132 million that I mentioned earlier tonight, along with another $32 million in the Clean Water Fund loans that we got from the state of Connecticut, and those are at 2% fixed. So that $14.5 million figure I just quoted is for the bonded debt of $132 million and the outstanding debt of $32 million for the Clean Water Fund loans.
So just doing simple math, if we're paying 14 million, borrowing 20, 30 million, we're increasing our debt by 15 million a year at this present rate. I know we didn't do that much the last couple of years, but we're not really, we're not staying steady, we're going up. I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Alderman, I understand your points are well taken. And you ask, when would we take a step back and be concerned? I know that the mayor and I meet each year with the rating agencies, and we do talk about the long-term debt. Obviously, if we felt that they had major concerns, it would give us something to consider going forward into the future. But at this point each year when we meet with them, they do comment us that we have level amortization on our outstanding debt. The rate of retirement of our debt is in the norm compared with other cities and towns, so they haven't raised any red flags as of yet. So that's a good thing. And so that's why we continue with the course of action that we've been taking over the last several years, at least under our tenure. Thank you.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor. Well, first of all, I think Brian, or Alderman Beer, had a good point as far as expensing some of that road construction. If we have a certain amount every year, $1 million or whatever. But my question is, the various CD, BG, planning grant resiliency projects, those are all grants, state grants coming in?
Yes, but they're reimbursable, so we have to front the money, and As we submit invoices for the costs associated with those, we are reimbursed, and those pay off either the cash advances, the bands, the bond anticipation notes, and if we go out to bond for these, it would pay off the bond notes.
So why would we even have that in there? Why don't we just take that out of the general fund if you're going to get reimbursed for it?
Because of the size of this is what we've done in previous years for those CDBG grants, and this is the recommendation of the Finance Office and Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that was one of my major concerns, because all of these CBDG grants added up together are several, we're talking millions of dollars. So it would be a big hit to the cash flow for the general fund to, to loan out all this money for all of these projects. It's more prudent to issue the short-term bands or the short-term notes, which is at very, very low interest rates. I mean, less than 1%. You're talking like 0.1, 0.2. It's it's literally almost like free money, although it's not totally free. So it made more sense to protect the city's cash flow for general operating expenditures to go out and issue the short-term notes, and then when the grant comes in, pay off the notes, and then we wouldn't even have to bond, as the mayor said.
Free money, it says here, $100,000. That doesn't sound too free. We're arguing over $10,000, $12,000 before.
That's if we went out to bonding. More likely than not, that will never materialize, that the bonds will be paid off.
I would recommend to have it go right through the general fund just to make it simple, because that's misleading, and so. Thank you.
Alderman Shaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you. I want to just, the conversion to automatic recycling, the acquisition of trucks and containers. I was wondering if Mr. Saley could just outline the program, because this is a big change. And I was going to ask if you could just generally speak very briefly. Thank you.
Certainly. You got me eating a Tootsie Roll, so I apologize. We're looking to automate. That's what most of the communities in the area are doing. We just did two separate weeks with two different companies that we demoed with those, and it was very productive, very learning experience for all of us. We spend about $125,000 a year in workers' comp for people getting hurt. The automation almost eliminates that, and it just makes us more efficient.
And there's different trucks and different thing that you've looked at and made the best determination about what works in Milford, obviously, and we'll.
Yes, we haven't made the final determination. We're demoing four different companies, and each company has the main line ones, but they also have secondary trucks that are smaller trucks for our tighter neighborhoods. There's certain neighborhoods that we're going to use smaller trucks because they're just tight areas to go in and get in. But that's what we've been doing for the last 30 years. The difference is it just makes us more efficient. They're single-man trucks as opposed to presently we have 2- and 3-man trucks. Where there's 169 towns in the state, we're one of 17 towns that still self-collect. Most towns have gotten away from it and gone to subcontracting. We made a decision not to do that. We wanted to go to our union and say, we need some help. We need to really reorganize how we do it. Not to be critical, but the new technology is there for us to do a really tremendous job. It's also, the other component of this is not just that, but trying to increase our recycling component. So it'll hopefully give us the opportunity, if we increase recycling, to be able to potentially collect recycling every week. Anyone that drives and sees, there's some people that really embrace recycling, and we have a tremendous amount of that. And then there's some areas that are not so good,
Mr. Chairman, if I can just follow up on two quick things. You mentioned the recycling, which just leads into, will we be able to use the SMART or pay-as-you-throw if the city goes in that direction with these one-armed trucks?
There'd definitely be a potential for that, yes. Yes, let me tell you, it takes a political will to do it. I mean, the system definitely works, but you as all the women and men it's a big decision. You're going to get a lot of blowback from residents at first.
Decision aside, I just want to make sure that the trucks, if the
Yes.
city were, that they're flexible enough, I guess everything goes into the bins and then it goes in.
Yes.
And I'm just going to follow up on some discussion we had some time ago, you may not remember about. Will these trucks be able to handle, you mentioned narrow streets, but trees, obstructions, are there issues or will there be issues?
Well, we did recycling has 3 runs every day, 4 days a week. So for the last 2 weeks, we've done 3 different days each week. So we've done 9 runs, 18 runs total. There was a few areas that we had some brush areas that we will be responsible for probably trimming back a few of the trees. But for the most part, these trucks are almost identical in size. They're 2 inches higher, maybe about 3 inches longer. So very, very similar to presently what we have. They're dual axle trucks. One of the trucks we're looking at is a single axle truck for the smaller areas or tighter areas. But yeah, the trees are a concern, but they're a concern even now. They're a concern with our plowing. That's why one of our tree department is actively going out and trimming trees all the time.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Shaw, in addition to the increased education for recycling that you heard about earlier today, we are also going to have, as part of this new rollout, an education program about where best residents can position their garbage toters, so that if there are tight roads or there are trees, we're going to ask that our city public works staff coordinate with them so that we don't have any wear and tear on the vehicles, or we minimize the wear and tear on the vehicles with trees and with tight roads and things of that nature.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Frank Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Director Saley. Chris, these one-arm trucks are technologically a level above. We would probably, with our existing stock for solid waste and recycling, be looking for new trucks at this point anyway. Am I correct? The vehicles you have now are pretty old.
You bring up a good point. We've purchased a few trucks, about 5 trucks in the last 4 or 5 years, but we are in desperate need to update our trucking fleet. Some of the trucks are over 20 years old. The industry standard, and I think I spoke at the board once before about this, is 4 to 5 years, most private haulers. The difference is private haulers do anywhere between 1,000 and 1,500 stops a day. We're going to average about 700 to 800 stops. But there is a tremendous amount of wear and tear on the vehicle. So yes, it's important that we upgrade. And I know you were talking before about investing. Investing is a critical part. It's very challenging because it doesn't really grab the headlines. But investing in the infrastructure, but also in the equipment, is very, very important in the city. And we spend, a tremendous amount on parts when you have an older truck. As everyone knows, when you have something old, breaks down more often, it's less reliable, you get what you pay for. So if you invest in the trucks and you have the technology in the newer trucks, you definitely have an upside to it.
Alderman Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. Director Saley mentioned that we currently have 3-man trucks. We're going to be going to single-man trucks. What's going to be happening to the staff?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
We're going to be going from 3-man trucks to single-man trucks. What's going to happen to the 2 people now that aren't going to be out collecting?
Well, there'll be a transition period when we do that. We'll probably have a 3 to 6 month period just to get the trucks. Once the trucks come in, then we'll have a learning curve. It's anyone that's ever used one of these trucks, it takes a little bit to learn. So we'll be running a full crew until that learning experience has been completed. But we anticipate absorbing them in other parts of the department, and through attrition, when people retire, we probably will not be filling those positions. That would be the goal.
So currently there's no plan to lay anyone off?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I really don't have a question, Chris. I have more of a statement. As you know, you, Alderman Gurman, and I made a trip up to North Attleboro and Worcester on a Saturday afternoon to take a look at their pay-as-you-throw operations. And both of our caucuses met, and it's not the only program, but I think the board invested some time in taking a look at sanitation and recycling and have an ongoing interest. And I'm disappointed, quite frankly. Taking a look at the packet, there are 2 sheets of paper. We've had proposals before us, but one of these sheets provides dimensions of a toter and the other the truck itself. And I know we're in negotiations with the Public Works Union at the moment. So what I'd like to suggest is once those negotiations have concluded, that this board be given through you and the mayor a plan that would include but not be limited to personnel utilization, equipment usage, something that gives us a feel for the sanitation routes that would be utilized, and give us an expenditure projection as well as potential savings in a timeline that may include 3 to 5 years. We just don't have it in front of us. We're going to be making budget decisions within a couple of months relative to your department as well as the others. And I thought it would be very helpful if we have something committed in writing. And maybe even how nice it would have been if during those demonstrations we would have had an opportunity to actually been invited and see the equipment in use. It's one thing to try to make a decision on the basis of the verbal, but I'm a guy that likes to look at the material as well and make an educated judgment. Thank you.
Alderman Anderson, may I just say, and we are going to do 2 other trucks, so I'd be more than happy to extend the invitation. I apologize for that. Extend the invitation to anyone on the board that would like to see it. We're going to meet not this coming week, but the following week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 5:30 at Public Works, and we could set up a van or a car if anyone is interested in following it. It's an experience. It really is something to see and how they do it. So.
Thanks very much. And as through you, Mr. Chairman, as it happens, Public Works is meeting tomorrow evening, so we can discuss it further. Thank you.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Director Saley. Chris, how many existing, you say these trucks are old, how many existing trucks do we have?
We have presently 13.
Out of the 13 trucks, are all these trucks paid for, or are they still bonding on it?
No. Well, I would know if, I believe they're all paid for.
Are they all paid for, Mr. Mayor? Or?
We bonded 4 trucks in 2011. I believe those were 10-year bonds, so I would say that the newest 4 trucks are not fully paid for, but the remainder of the fleet are.
Okay, so there's some trucks that we're still paying on, even though they're old and dilapidated. Would it be out of the question to say, I mean, $4 million is a lot of money. Is there a possibility of having a pilot program, getting a few trucks and doing a pilot study and to see how things work out? And with Alderman Anderson's request, I mean, it would fit more into that layering of knowing that, yes, this is for us, this is where we really want to go. And so instead of the 8 trucks, could there be a reasonable amount that you would be comfortable with in doing a pilot program? Would 2 be it? Would 3 be it? Anything less than those 8 trucks at this particular point in time, we're bonding. It's costing money, a little bit of money, but it's still costing money, and that's a big number in the conversion to the recycling solid waste. So I'd like to hear your opinion on that, if you could, please.
Yes. Thank you, Alderman Vitale. You know, like I tell people all the time, I execute what you direct me to do, so I can do anything you'd like. My recommendation, though, is the return on investment in the vehicles is there for us, and I'd be more than happy to go over the details. The trucks round numbers are about $300,000. The toters are going to be about $1 million. But when you look at the savings component of just man hours, just the workers' comp, and all the other things that come into play. We have an aging fleet. You have a few trucks that aren't aging, but you have an aging fleet. You know, we're spending a ton of money. I bet you we spend $150,000 a year just on parts, on sanitation. It's a huge component of our parts department. There's just a lot of wear and tear. These new trucks, without getting into a lot of details, they don't have push-out plates. They have a rear loading component, so there's the material, the equipment isn't in the refuse, it's outside. All I would say is I look at, no one spends $3.5 or $4 million on the fly. We did a lot of research on this. We looked at all the competing towns. The towns that I would highly recommend you look at is the town of Bristol, Connecticut. They converted a number of years ago. It was a tremendous change. They have 63,000 residents. They have 21,000 pickups a week. And they speak nothing but highly of it. The money savings of the equipment, the wear and tear on the men, the reduction in being more efficient. But then just look at the private haulers. There's very few private haulers. The town of West Haven is one of them that still rear loads because West Haven as a town wanted to rear load. But most haulers now are automated trucks. It really is, it's, you know, I can't impress on you enough that they're a very important component. Is it exclusive? Will there be no smaller trucks around? No, we'll have some other trucks in tight areas, but if you want to be forward thinking, if you want to use the technology, it is the way to go. And the return on investment is there.
And I appreciate your research and all that you say you do, but the fact remains, as people listen to this, jumping into all or nothing at all, this is the way we're going to go. This is the plan in the future that it's eventually going to happen. I just don't know, you know, for things to come to fruition, there's a lot of work behind, a lot of planning going on. But, you know, if we did this in phases, I mean, we're used to these phases because that's what we do. We do things in phases, and sometimes it costs us more money in phases. But the fact remains that we need to do our due diligence, and the fact is that I think, my own personal opinion, that if we cut it in half and just save some money there in the bonding and realize the fact that we could do a pilot program, be efficient enough to make it successful, and the proof is in the pudding, that, hey, look, it works, this is what we did, we tried everything we could do, and then we need to go forward. So that would be my opinion. Thank you.
I would like to respond to that. Number one, we are going to do, I mean, we've looked at other towns that are doing it. We're doing a test with 4 different companies, and then looking at, we're going to order, if you give us the bonding, we're going to order 1 truck, and we believe we can turn that truck in about 90 days, and then start that process. We're not just going to jump into it, but all I can tell you is that it is the way we should go. I don't know how else to impress upon you with each truck. The average, you know, the savings is there for us on a lot of different fronts.
And I understand that, but help me understand. You introduced a new concept. We're going to get 1 truck, return it, try it. Elaborate on that.
No, what I'm saying is we're going to get it delivered at once. It's about 90 days to get it delivered. So our goal would be
1 of the 8 trucks.
If you bond it, we've already talked to the 4 vendors that we talked to. We said, how soon can we get a truck in? We've demoed the truck. We're going to bring the truck in and actually do the routes. We're going to pick a route every day so each driver can get proficient on it. So it's a process that we want to do. We're not just going to bring in 8 trucks all at once and you know, roll it out that way. We're going to bring it in as a staggered effect.
So what is your projection in time? If we get 1 in 90 days, the next 7 of them would be what? 2 years?
No, I would anticipate that we would like to see that done sometime in July.
Or all 8 would be delivered?
Depending, Alderman Vitale, I mean, I'm trying to look into the future. I would say yes, August at the latest, but it all depends if we run into issues or other problems that we can't foresee. Right now, we've run the runs, and we've been very happy with the results. We've picked up the recycling. It's been a timely process, and we're very excited about moving forward with it.
And it would take 8 trucks to cover the city, not 6, but 8.
So that people know, and it is important, recycling we spend, our refuge account, solid waste account is about $4.6 million a year, round numbers that we spend. We have 3 recycling trucks that go out Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and we have 5 trash trucks that go out Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So that's your 8. We also, as you mentioned before, the other 4 trucks that you talked about that are still bonded, we still have the opportunity to use those, and we will use those as spares.
And is it contractual, or would it be the fact that you could use a double run on a particular area and do that? Is that a contractual piece that you can't, or can you do one area with one truck and just do another area with the same truck?
That would be a contractual issue at that point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. And if I can just expand on Alderman Anderson and Alderman Shaw, they brought up a program that we looked at last year or a couple years ago, actually going back 4 or 5 years ago originally, but the SMART program that the city kind of looked at, and it was an opportunity for the city to save upwards of $2 million a year on our recycling and garbage collection. And we haven't taken advantage of that whole system yet, and I think it's a huge, huge, huge opportunity. So rather saving a couple million, we're implementing another $4 million, adding to the budget in our bonding. And I hate to see us spending more money when there's opportunities to save a ton of money. To just expand on Alderman Vitale's point as well, to issue 8 trucks, I'd rather see a little, something half that at least, especially if we have 4 trucks that aren't even paid for yet, and we're going to put those on the back burner and order 8 new trucks. These new trucks are more efficient. We get more done in less time, I would assume. I think it's a huge mistake in just, trying to bond all that money, and again, costing our taxpayers a lot more money. And also, what's the fuel of these trucks, thinking forward? I know gas is cheap now, but I know there's natural gas trucks and some other options that are cheaper, cleaner. So going forward.
Yeah. We looked at the natural gas option. The problem is they're about $30,000 more a truck, and the other component is the fueling part. It gets, I'm not saying expensive, but we don't have a fueling component right now. There'd be added features to that. So if you look at it, if you did 8 trucks, the $30,000 more, that's the additional cost. So for us, we're looking at the diesel. These are clean burning diesels. They get decent gas mileage compared to some of the older trucks. And I understand your concern about bonding and spending the money. I can just tell you that it is a good business situation to have the newer trucks.
And I totally agree with you, but I just, to dump all the money into 8 trucks and say 2 years from now there's new technology and there's totally new trucks that are much more efficient and do more things, and now we're stuck with these trucks for 20 years of bonding and paying all these finance fees and so on. So
gotcha.
I'd rather see, as Alderman Vitale says, kind of work our way into it and see as technology changes. As you know, the trucks have changed so much in recent history, and they will continue to change.
I mean, these trucks, the technology is pretty good right now with these trucks. They have chips in the toters. We can register who gets picked up, who doesn't. There's a component, if you want to spend, you can actually weigh the toters so you know how much you're recycling off each resident. You bring up the pay-as-you-throw, and I think it's a great idea. The bigger question, I think, is how do you separate the refuse? We talk about it back and forth. There's 4 different or 3 different there's 4 different toter sizes. But if you really wanted to make a difference and you wanted to insist that people recycle more, you could look at a toter that's smaller. Now, I don't know if it makes sense because, truthfully, it's a big political thing to push and say that this is all you're going to get. Anything above that, you're going to pay for. So there's different ways. Your pay as you throw. I'm not going to. I think it's a great idea, and I liked it when we went up to Mass and saw it. I think it's a great, potentially very cost savings part of what the city should be looking at.
Just one follow-up, Mr. Chairman. What is our recycling rate? I know there's some pretty bad numbers that have come out recently. What is our total recycling rate?
We're right around 4,500 to 5,000 tons a year in recycling. So it's about 25%, and we should be substantially higher than that. As you remember with the meeting, how much we could really recycle. But it's not even just that. It's recycling, but also green waste, yard waste, food products. Food products is the biggest component that goes into the solid waste right now, weight-wise.
20–25% of what it really should be.
No, we should. I mean, some of the experts claim that you can recycle up to 80% of your total volume. There's no one in the country that's doing that. You're got to go to Europe to find some of these things happening.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Gurman, the City of Milford, I've talked to deep officials recently. The City of Milford actually has the lowest MSW rate in the state of Connecticut. We recycle more and have less solid waste than any other municipality, even under our current system. We're always looking to improve, though. So we do well considering what we do for recycling. Some of our local counterparts, the product that they give for recycling is a very wet component. One of the reasons why we were nervous about getting involved with a consortium like we're in now is because some of our neighbors to the southwest, in particular Bridgeport, the type of recycling that goes to Winter Brothers is a very wet component. They don't do a good job, a worse job than the City of Milford does with the types of things that they put into their toters.
Mr. Chairman, just through you, just a quick follow-up. I'd like to see those numbers. Because I'm hearing different numbers, that our numbers aren't that good. So if you have different numbers, if you can provide those, that would be great. Thank you.
Alderman Casey.
Through you to Director Sale, just a brief question. These new containers for the garbage, are they going to be roughly the same as the size of the recycling containers that we currently use?
You have an option. You can do a 48, 64, or 96 gallon. But yes, they would look very similar with the city emblem. Different color, obviously, so it wouldn't confuse with the green recycling one. You can actually go to a 32 toter, 32 gallon toter. So there's 4 different sizes.
So the size hasn't been decided as of now. That's up for us to decide, or you to decide. Okay.
Yes, and speaking with different towns on what they use. That's the biggest thing. Not trying to reinvent the wheel, asking towns that have gone through the process. And getting back, I just think you want to talk to the towns that are doing it right now and ask if they have any regrets, because that's what I always ask. Do you have any regrets? What do you wish you'd have done differently? You know, even the employees in the trucks in the towns, it's a totally different animal. You're in an area that you have air conditioning, heat. You get out of the truck maybe 25 times a day. It's very good for the employees. It's the best way to go.
There are some, I guess, that say that recycling bin's a little cumbersome, so maybe a smaller container for the garbage might be a better option.
What's cumbersome?
The recycling containers. Some people argue it's a little hard to navigate. Maybe a smaller garbage can.
Oh, for the residents, you mean?
Right. And
yeah,
also would encourage you to use less garbage, I guess, as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to do it. Yes, you could do that. Okay.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Bevan.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. We've established that the people that are now, the 3 people on the truck, will now become basically one person eventually down the road. And we've established that no one's going to lose their jobs based on this. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we've also established that these trucks aren't that much bigger, so they're still going to fit in the areas that are being serviced right now by our regular trucks.
Yes, that would be our goal. We have areas that presently we use smaller trucks. I don't know if you've seen them, but they're 250s with a dump body on them that they go into the very, very tight areas. There's also a single axle truck that we're looking at as part of this 8-truck group. That's a part that we're looking to see if it makes sense for us to buy one of those. And
I see that the containers that we're going to put our solid waste into are approximately $55 each.
Right. Depending on the gallonage?
On the size. Now, my question is, will everyone have the same container, or will each house be able to choose the size of their container based on the amount of solid waste they produce?
I'm not trying to be fresh when I say this, but I don't make those decisions. That's the mayor and the board here that makes that decision on what they would like. I can make a recommendation, and it really is one of the things we're going to do is look at what makes sense, you know, and what size container makes sense, and talking to other communities that have done it. So I would say that it's really going to be up to you and the mayor.
The point I'm making is that I put 1 can out and my neighbor has 4 cans. Will the city be nice enough to give them 4 cans? Or will they have to purchase more?
Well, I think the other component, I don't know if the mayor would like to answer that, but my opinion on this is that if someone's putting 4 cans out, we need to go and talk to that resident and see about recycling more appropriately, because it seems like a lot of stuff. But then there's an enforcement component. And to be blunt, is the alderman prepared for that enforcement? Because you're going to be getting the calls when trash isn't picked up because people have co-mingled recycling in MSW. So, I mean, it really is an important thing. It's a team effort here that we have to work with you and with the residents to, number one, educate the residents and explain to them our expectation. But also, I mean, the towns that have done this and done this successfully, they've given, an upfront thing, they've talked to the residents, and then there comes a point where they're like, we're not picking it up. And you see the people, there's certain people that do use a lot of trash. I think there's an opportunity for us as a town to be better at that.
And Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Bevan, this is going to be approximately a 6-month rollout so that some of the decisions that are going to need to be made by this board, the ordinance committee, right now we have an ordinance that says, that lays out the size of the garbage can, the volumeage that you're allowed to have, the number of garbage cans that you're allowed to put to the curb. Those ordinances are going to have to be adjusted by your board, by the by the ordinance committee. So there will be several different phases over the course of the next 6 months as we roll this out in a deliberate, thoughtful fashion. There has been some prior conversations about the gallonage, whether we're going to have one size or more likely going to have size to fit the particular residence. But those are things that this board is going to weigh in over the course of the next couple months as we roll this program out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chris. I have one more observation. We're looking to bond over $13 million, and it's based on 7 different items. So as a board, if there's 1 or 2 items that we don't think that we should go for, that means we're going to have to do away with the vote no on the whole package. Is there any way in the future to bring these into individual items so we can more or less vote on what we want to keep and not the whole package? I'd hate to see this whole package not pass because we only want half the trucks. Or this doesn't pass because the new pumper that the fire department wants, someone thinks that we don't really need that. Or maybe we should only do half the tennis courts. I mean, it's up to us now to vote on all $13 million. I'm just talking about in the future, maybe if it was broken down, we wouldn't have to do that.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Bevan, we have done it this way at least for the last 15 years that I've been involved in the budget process, first as an alderman, then as mayor. We've always separated into 3 bonding resolutions that bond council has drafted. 1 for our sewer projects, 1 for our school projects, and 1 for our public infrastructure projects. Can that change? Yes. This is a similar process that most municipalities follow. Most municipalities that are smaller have this go out to referendum, and they actually usually have their bond referendum as 1 vote, so 1 bond resolution and not broken down into 3 separate ones. So in that respect, we are dividing the question more than you get in some towns. But to your point, in future years, that's something that we could have a discussion about, dividing these projects into separate bond resolutions. It will be obviously more cumbersome for bond counsel and the finance director, but it's something that I think theoretically can do. We've never done it in the city of Milford. That's probably tradition. I have not spoken to bond counsel specifically about this. If there's something else that would preclude us from that, but theoretically, I think we could probably, into the future, do that at some point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Saley.
Alderman Frank Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alderman Bevan makes a good point. And we've been through this before, Mr. Mayor, where we had considered a series of bond considerations. We can't just walk in here and amend one of them. I mean, we amended the police station portion of that, at least the conditions on which this bond issue was going to go forward. What is to stop us from doing that in this body, as a deliberative body, that we could take one portion of this and say instead of 8 one-armed trucks, we'll do 4? Is it just a question in terms of the financing of the bond? I mean, from a legislative standpoint, it seems like it's more of a political consideration than it is a financial or legal one, unless we're obligated by the state.
It is a legal constraint. Bond counsel years ago weighed in on this issue and has reiterated their opinion within the last several years. If it's a substantial change, a substantial amendment, and I think bond counsel defined that, and I'll defer to the city attorney who has a better understanding, but in the past I think if there's a 5% adjustment, it would be something that we could not amend. It would have to be re-advertised. We'd have to go through the process with the Finance Board and the Board of Aldermen once again. I'll allow City Attorney to weigh in.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Smith. The mayor is correct. This came up several years ago, and I know in my research of that issue in terms of a request for a change to a particular bond ordinance, the phrase was used, you couldn't make a substantial change, which was then further defined as not a bright line rule, but 5% was the barometer that bond counsel had used, a 5% change in terms of the appropriation sought. The amendment tonight that the ordinance committee approved didn't have anything to do with the scope of the job, the dollars involved. It was simply, it said that when you go to seek to use that money, this board would like another, the chance to approve it before it goes out to the RFQ process. So that was just adding a layer of approval sought by the legislative body, but it didn't substantially change or even minimally change the dollars, because the dollars remain the same. That being said, if you look at this proposed ordinance for the various public improvements of $13,469,000, any change greater than $673,000 would be a substantial change, because as Alderman Bevan said, it's lumped in together, so it's 5% of the total sum, as opposed to 5% of, for example, the one-armed bandits that you've been talking about.
Alderman Smith.
If I could continue, Mr. Chairman, just to that point then, we have the Public Works Director still here. If anyone, if I could ask through you, Mr. Chairman, to see if it's the pleasure of the rest of the board to go on to other things in this particular ordinance, because unless you have something, you would be addressing questions about the Parsons roof, Chris, right? I don't know if anybody has questions on that, but my hope is to get through this ordinance, because I do have questions with regard to the fire pumper and the police renovation. Thank you.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Director Saley, in regards to the one-armed bandits, my concern is, or my question is, it's a one-man truck. So my first question is, is there room for a second man if needed?
Yes, there is. The technology on these trucks are tremendous. There's 2 men, there are 2 air ride seats. Anyone that's driven a truck for a living understands the importance of that. There's rear backup cameras, there's front cameras, there's cameras going into the hopper. It really is something.
Okay, so it has the capability to transport another man if needed, but your goal is to have it manned by one person only.
You as a board sit here and talk about saving money. And all I can tell you is this project is a money saver for the city in the long run. It's an investment into the equipment. And, you know, we're not looking to lay people off. I want to make sure people understand. But the technology that's there right now can reduce that staff over through attrition and save the city money. And it's a substantial amount of money. So when you look at this, and I'm telling you, it's a 4-year payback at most. It's probably under 3 when you put into it. But, you know, I apologize for not giving you more information on this. I assumed that everybody, when we went on the run, was aware of it. And the last meeting we missed, the Public Works Committee meeting we missed. But it just is. The technology's there. I'll execute whatever you'd like us to do.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. In respect to time, I just kind of want to get through this as quick as possible. My concern is with the toters. I see toters in the present day driving through the city on garbage pickup. They're overfilled. So you're going to have this one-armed bandit come in, pick up the toter, go to dump it, and it's not all going to go inside the truck. Yeah. So at that point, what's going to happen? The driver's going to put on the air brake. Is he going to get out of the truck and start picking up the garbage? Because if he's not, then we're all going to be getting phone calls. So so I just want to make that point, because getting back to Alderman Vitale's point, you know, I think we should scale this back a little bit. But Alderman Bevan brought up even a better point that, you know, if we don't necessarily agree on the amount of trucks presented us tonight, it's going to cause us another problem. So, you know, this is the biggest line item dollar-wise in this category. Mm-hmm. And the other thing I wanted to ask you is, you keep saying 90 days, you're going to get a truck. We gave you money to go buy a front-end loader, and I haven't seen that yet. So where's that truck?
Good point. Well, the first thing I will tell you is that when we did the audit on the 18 runs that we did, we averaged about 30 times where the gentleman had to get out of the truck and move a barrel or pick something up. So that's our average, 30 times. Not to say that that's going to be the average every time, but we're going to instill in our staff that when there's a mistake or something dropped, that they're going to get out and pick the truck up. I can tell you that we did it for 2 weeks. I don't think anyone got one call. Actually, I saw a lot of residents come out and give us a high five. They were excited about seeing the technology. The recycling truck that you mentioned, you're 100% right. You put $75,000 into an account. We ran into some problems with the truck that we thought we were going to use, and that truck was not available to retrofit it. So now we're trying to work out with one of our other trucks to do it. So again, we try to do our due diligence. I could have put a recycling truck on that, and it wouldn't have worked. And that would have been a waste of $75,000. So that's why it hasn't been done. But we try to be prudent when we're doing these projects. It's one of the things, and Peter Eradisi, I spoke with him today about, you know, how does the whole bonding process work. So it's a short-term ban. If I'm not correct, correct me. The band pays for the short-term loan, which is under a year. So our goal would be to buy one of the trucks, implement it. We could get a truck here in 30 days, to be honest with you, because there's 2 vendors that have it. But I'm just saying I use 90 to have a little bit of a hedge for us. We want to try the truck for 3 months and see where it works. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you bond the whole amount and we find out it doesn't work, and maybe Peter's going to correct me on this, doesn't mean we have to spend the money. But I would like the opportunity to have it there and be able to come back to you and have people, all of you, come and watch a run, see how it goes, get in a truck and observe it. Because you're right, you're spending $4 million round numbers, and none of you have even been in a truck. So it's a pretty important thing. With that said, as a whole, I would ask, all the stuff that we do in this city, it's important that you guys see it, from not just solid waste, but wastewater. You know, our parks and highway, all the things that the town does here. You know, so there's a lot of opportunities to learn about. This is the exciting thing about the job for me, is there's so much going on in this city to learn, and there's an opportunity for all of you just to see that.
I just wanted to sum up and just, you know, I applaud your ambition. There's no question, and I appreciate you taking all these questions in regards to this one line item. I just feel, you know, we have the recycling toters, they're already in place, and that's just a natural step. And we can move forward from there, but I just think I'd like to see, you know, it work, streamline it as best we can before we get into the refuge part of it. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, as a follow-up to Alderman Giannatasio, 2 Fridays ago, I did follow one of these one-armed bandits for about 2 hours, and during that period of time, I think there was only one time where the driver got out and had to pick up a piece of garbage or recycling that had fallen outside of the truck. It's a pretty cool system. The arm reaches above and around other impediments like garbage cans, and it was a pretty efficient process. The way that the driver gets out is actually, it's a truck where the steering wheel is on the right-hand side of the vehicle, the same side that the arm is, and he got out, and there was that protection from the rest of the street and the rest of the traffic because of the way that the truck was designed.
Thank you for your observation, Mayor Blake. I'm sure that he knew you were following him, so he was taking his time carefully. But the reality is, I just don't want to see 2 guys on a truck, and when I question, well, why is that guy in the truck? Oh, well, when the garbage spills over, he gets out and he picks it up and he puts it in the truck. You know, it's going to be a learning experience for all of us, so I just think it's a lot of money. You know, let's take baby steps. That's all. Thanks.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to recap on this. So if we wanted to save some money on this bonding, we'd have to vote this whole thing down and then start all over again, which is not the best thing in the world. Or can we say to Mr. Saley, you know, where our intent is that we think 8 trucks is too many and we'd like to see you buy 4 trucks. So here's the amount of money. Be prudent in the fact that you buy max of 4 trucks until we give you the okay to go out and buy, because the pilot program is working and we're really set on it. And before, you know, and within the 90 days, 5 trucks, a couple of years, buying them all, new technology might come out. So can we have an understanding of that piece rather than saying, let's vote the whole thing down and start all over and glean everything out and vote on each individual piece? Help me understand that.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Vitale, this board has the prerogative that if you want to do I would recommend a 5-truck pilot program because we do have some recycling trucks that are a little bit on the new side, but we have 5 garbage routes that we probably need to have at least the 5 trucks for the garbage, and we could phase in the recycling at a different point once this pilot program is assessed, and whether there is results. It's something that I think would not, absent a decision by our city attorney or an opinion of our city attorney, I think that that's something that would not violate this particular bonding ordinance. If you want the city to come back to this board after a pilot program is finished.
That'd have to be made in a form of
I think there would have to be a formal amendment, though.
Thank you.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Director Saley. Now, the 8 trucks, are you looking for 4 and 4, 4 sanitary trucks and 4 recycling trucks, or is...
This is the nice thing. They're the exact same truck.
So there is no difference?
Yeah, there's no difference, and they're a very clean truck. When you see when they dump, compared to what we presently have, it's a totally different animal. It's a single hull. It dumps. There's very little debris. The cleanliness of the truck, keeping the truck clean, and I highly recommend you come out and see it. I mean, I'm telling you about it, but it's a different, you know, you should observe it.
So if you're hauling garbage one day, the next day you got to collect recycling, does somebody clean out the truck, or cleans itself?
You can haul trash, and then that afternoon dump it and collect recycling that afternoon, if you wanted to. They're as clean. When you dump these trucks, you'll see they're spotless. It's not like a present trash truck where there's a lot of debris that gets behind the push-out plate, gets into the truck. This is the technology, the ease of use of this truck. So.
With no more questions, we'll vote on the motion. All in favor? Alderman Smith, this is the motion we're on discussion is, correct?
We're still on the second ordinance. I don't know if anyone, I was asking if anyone had any other questions on the other items under this ordinance.
Oh, you broke up the estimate, okay.
I mean, I know we've been talking
About
to
the-
Chris about the.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to break up the question. Okay, go ahead, Alderman Beer. You have a question about that? About
Yes,
that
through-
motion?
Through you. I'm on the Parson roof now. This is all still part
Right.
of the 13 million. We're still, this is one thing, right? 13 million? The Parson roof, the $1.5 million re-roof, has that already been estimated? Is that a guesstimate, or where are we at with that?
Just so you're clear, it's not just the roof, it's upgrades at Parsons itself. When we did the energy audit, one of the things that came crystal clear was the age of the windows in the building. Tremendous amount of drafts and energy loss in the windows, but also we have, it's an older masonry building that needs substantial repointing of the bricks, and then it's the roof itself, and then there's also a few air conditioning boiler components.
So the 1.5 million is a combination of
all of
many
those.
different
And what we
aspects.
did is we took a kind of a budgetary number. We knew what we just did a library roof. We put that with a little bit of a contingency. We took in, we said, what would it cost for the repointing? We have a few vertical wall leaks that we want to fix, but it's more than that. And then there's a slate roof on the roof, redundant, slate roof. That it's a beautiful roof, but it needs some work, and that's a really expert type of repair. It's really, you got to know what you're doing when you're on slate. So it's trying to get that building up to where we think it should be. An example, this past month, the Parsons Auditorium has been offline. Our staff has gone in, as Alderman Vitale says, what we can do in-house, and the building maintenance crew has gone in there for the whole month and has really redone the whole building. We're doing the floor, the stage. We're doing all the walls, all the ceilings. We redid the lights. It's going to look really beautiful when it's done, and hopefully we'll have that complete in about a week and a half.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, since we're on the Parsons and we're redoing the roof, is there any thoughts or looking into putting solar up there? I see we have LED lighting in there now, so that cuts the electricity bill down significantly. If we can replace what's left by solar and we have zero lighting costs, that would be very nice for the next 20 years.
It's interesting, Alderman Gurman. We looked at solar in that location. We're still working out. There's going to be a microgrid put in there. We're in the final stages of getting a contract signed. But the way it works, with the way the cash flow works, believe it or not, the solar is not the best location over there right now because we don't have virtual net metering in that location. If we had virtual net metering, solar would work out really well, but it's not allowed in that one building. But we are going to be doing solar on the library roof, and we're looking at 2 or 3 other buildings to put it on. But like, we're trying to be prudent. We wanted to do the first project. Green Skies is the company that's doing it. It's 100 kW solar. It's gonna reduce our energy costs at that building in half. We're going to go from 16.5 cents a blended rate to under 8. But we wanted to learn the process. But we have other opportunities in the city to attack that, and we expect to do that once we get this project off the ground.
Alderman Beer.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Director Staley. Tennis courts, would that be something that you'd be handling as well?
I can't take credit for that one. That's Paul Piscitelli, the rec director.
And Bill Garfield is here, and I'm here to answer any questions about that. Director Piscitelli is recovering at this point, but Bill Garfield from the Recreation Department's here, and I'm here for any questions as well.
Is this an outside vendor that we're going to contract to do them over?
We have not put this out to bid. This is an estimate for a contractor. We have to have the money first before we actually put it out to bid. But as you recall, last year you resurfaced other recreation courts, the basketball courts, the tennis courts were scheduled next in the capital improvement plan. We have 8 at Eisenhower, 4 at Fowler, 4 at Five Corners over by Anderson Avenue. The one I could tell you from the number of calls into my office, the courts at Eisenhower are the worst by far. Over the course of the last 10 years, we spent about $40,000 at a pop just filling in cracks. We've done it at Fowler, we've done it at Eisenhower, and I'm not sure about Five Corners, but I know that in the last couple of years at least, we've had to do the crack maintenance at about $30,000 or $40,000 a clip at those other two facilities.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to, I don't know if Bill wants to take this, but what determines if it needs to be resurfaced? Because Five Corners over on Anderson Ave, they all seem to be pretty good when I play over there. I haven't seen much, but.
Anderson Avenue is the best of the three right now, but what they determine is it's actually the crack along the net. If you have a crack that runs across your net, that's basically telling you that the court's separating, and that's your tell sign that you need to replace it. Not just repair it anymore, but actually get rid of what's there and start new. They say it's supposed to happen every 7 years. We're long past that at all three locations.
And Anderson Ave is over 7 years?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem that long.
But it is the best of the three.
Yeah, I just hate to redo them if they're perfectly fine except for that one spot and spend all that kind of money.
They all have crack repair patches. I know the mayor's office gets calls and we get the calls. Tennis players actually tripping in the cracks. It's like any sport. If you ride a bike and hit a pothole, you try to field a ground ball in a bad infield, or you step on a crack in tennis, they screw with your game.
Yeah, I don't know what the other ones are like, but I know Anderson Ave is pretty good. But
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Bevan.
I'd like to get away from the tennis courts and get over to the, I see we have the fire chief here.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chief, and it's almost good morning. I'm seeing you want $650,000 for a pumper.
Yes, sir.
Do you still want the pumper? Because I was told that you might be wanting a quint rather than a pumper.
No, it's a pumper. And in fact, before I became chief, Chief LaVecchia had ordered a fire truck. And if you remember, I came to the board to change that and to purchase a quint. So we're, now we're behind a truck. But it's an engine, yes.
Thank you.
Alderman Gurman.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Chief Ito. Can you do half a pumper?
What's that look like?
Just kidding.
I already mentioned that.
I do.
Chris did invite me to it. It's 5:30 a.m. I didn't realize that. I'm not going to get up that early.
No more questions on that, but I do have a question for the police department.
Thank you.
If anybody else.
Any more questions for Chief Ito?
Thank you.
Chief.
So I have a question on for the 2.5 million the police is looking for upgrades. If we're looking to spend, I don't know, 20 million on an expansion, is this, and possibly moving it, I don't understand what, that they're looking to do this in addition to that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Gurman. The question was, what was the process in terms of identifying the police station facility upgrade? As you know, since 1998, this project has been on the capital improvement plan. Back in 2010, the Board of Aldermen authorized some funding to do a needs assessment, a study. We constituted a building committee back in December of December of last year. Alderman Vitro and Alderman Giantasio are two of the representatives on that 7-member board or committee, and they've had just a few short meetings. I think actually only one meeting. They have one scheduled for either this week or next week. But that committee, the first thing that they will be charged with is to determine whether the existing facility can be rehabbed and supplemented, or whether it's more cost effective to sell the primetime real estate on the post road and relocate the police station. That's going to be their first charge. At the ordinance committee level, the ordinance committee members amended this so that if this money is authorized before $1 can be spent on design fees, the city will come back to this board and again have it approved by this board for the plan going forward. So it's my anticipation over the next several months, the committee is going to continue to meet in earnest. They are going to look at the different options available. They're going to do a cost analysis. They're going to meet with the consultant that was hired back in 2010, who's redoing or freshening up the 2010 needs assessment, and they're going to come back to this board with a presentation prior to going out and hiring an architect, hiring an engineer. But we do have our Deputy Chief, Ken Ron, here tonight. If you have specific questions about police operations or this project to any degree, he lives in that police station. He's there every single day. In terms of the deficiencies of the operation, the things that have really not been right since it was built in the 1970s, the fact that some former police officers that I spoke to said that on day one it was obsolete. Those are some of the things that Deputy Chief Ron can speak to if you have questions on the present facility and the present operation.
Thank you. No, I was more concerned with kind of allocating those funds before we make a decision whether we're going to move it, rebuild it, whatever. So.
And to that question, I think the amendment that the ordinance committee added to this resolution should cover some of those concerns.
If somebody's going to read that amendment, is that correct, or is that?
Alderman Beer.
Just a quick question. I'm not sure if we're talking about a 25,000 square foot addition, just the actual footprint of the property and the parking and the facilities outside the building. I mean, is that even realistic at this point? You know, say that we could put a 25,000 square foot addition on the present building, and that's going to solve all the problems at the police station. Is the property big enough to take that right now? I mean, is that a legitimate option?
The current police site is less than 3 acres. However, it butts up to Public Works. There are some operational issues involved with putting an addition on in terms of the time frame it would take. It would likely take 5 years to do because there would have to be restaging of certain operations. Again, I'll let Deputy Chief Ron speak to some of that, but I think we can do it. It's already a tight facility. If you read through the needs assessment, which is in the packet, they're recommending a property that's approximately 7 acres in space. The present property is 3 acres in space, 2.7 acres in space.
So there's possibly some logistical problems.
There are issues logistically. Again, the property that we have right now too is prime commercial real estate.
Is there any more questions for the battalion chief or the deputy chief or the mayor? No. Alderman Beer.
Just want to revisit Public Works. I don't have the amendment for me, but are we going to try to add an amendment to that so that will allow Public Works to go out and buy a certain amount of trucks now and then have to come back for additional authorization before they spend the whole $4 million? I'll leave that to maybe Brian, your thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, through you. I really have no objection to seeing a lesser number of vehicles be purchased at this time. And, you know, it certainly dovetails with my concern about seeing an overall plan. You know, if we're talking about rolling something out in 90 days or what have you, it'd be nice if it were laid out for us more fully so that we can be fully on board. And then we have not only the fiscal responsibility and oversight role to play, but hopefully this board can also provide some leadership to ensure that residents are compliant and enthusiastic about it as well. So yeah, to answer your question directly, Alderman Beer, I would say that I have no objection to seeing a lesser number, maybe 4 units purchased at this time, sure.
But then how do we do a pilot program unless we go out and buy the toters? And that's $1 million worth of toters.
And Mr. Chairman, through you, if you want to do a pilot program, one, I would recommend 5 vehicles as opposed, because we do have we could separate it and do the solid waste and utilize the existing relatively new, about 4 or 5 years old, recycling trucks while we test the operations for the one-armed bandits for solid waste. I would say we need at least 5. If we want to do both solid waste and recycling, we should have all 8. But what we could do, if this board directs us, is to do the pilot program where we purchase the 5, come back, give this board a readout of how the efficiencies have improved the operation, how we have streamlined the process of both, well, in this case, solid waste pickup. You know, that's something that certainly, at your pleasure, we can report back to you once we're underway. The discussion that this Public Works Director had about the test truck for 90 days, that's the truck that was going to be designated for the training. Obviously, the 27 people in the solid waste division have to be able to learn on this truck, and that's why we were going to roll out one truck earlier than the rest, because there is going to be a training component before we go into this system whole hog.
Alderman Beccarelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that there was a substantial amount of time that some of the aldermen that sit on this committee for Public Works and the Public Works Director, and probably many other people, in the comparison to our towns that are near us and moving forward in the future. And I gotta say that, I mean, I can't dispute what the Public Works Director is saying. We hired him to handle our public works, and he's basically telling us that, well, he'd like to see this move forward. And these 8 recycling trucks, it looks as though they would be for the 5 garbage pickups and for also the 3 for the recycling. So I mean, it looks to me as though we're moving forward with a complete new system, which they've already tested and have gone through this over and over again. And One of my concerns is that while we're looking to buy 8 trucks at $290,000 each, are we getting a bargain by buying 8 trucks as opposed to 5? So if we have to come back at a later date and buy just 3 trucks, are we going to pay a substantial amount more? I don't know, Mr. Stanley, if you have that information, or if the mayor does, but you know, what we're doing here is we're piecemealing this. We're still going to go through with picking up the garbage with the 5 trucks. And so what we're doing is we're just really holding off on taking care of the recycling. But if we can buy these trucks and get a better price at it, you know, the difference between the 5 and the 3 trucks, how much money are we going to save? Who might have that?
As the Public Works Director mentioned, there is a substantial return on investment. The fact that it takes 1 operator for these trucks as opposed to 3, you see savings within 3 years, even with the capital investment. We're going to have to make capital investments regardless of whether we switch to this automated system or not, because our fleet is so aged. You see in this agenda packet under budget memo transfers, there's a substantial budget memo transfer request that we'll be coming to later on in the evening, asking for additional money for the parts, because our garbage trucks and our recycling trucks break down so much. So that's under the budget memo transfer section of this budget. There is investments that we're going to need to make in our city's fleet operations, specifically for our solid waste division, regardless of whether we implement this system.
So again, my question is, and Mr. Saley, if you could answer this, we have a price tag of $290,000 for each recycling truck. We are going to buy 8 of them at that price. If we go and buy only 5, what then would be the price? Are we getting a savings by buying more?
To be honest with you, I did not ask the vendors that I dealt with that specific question. What I asked, if I buy 1 or 2 or I buy 8, what's the difference? And you do get a higher discount if you buy more than 2. But I didn't ask 5. So, but he said somewhere in the ballpark of about $5,000 a truck. So if you want a specific number, you know, I would say you're probably talking, you know, anywhere between $15,000 and $25,000 in savings.
Now the difference that we're talking here tonight is 5 trucks or 8 trucks. If we go with 5 trucks, we're changing the way the garbage is picked up, but we're not touching the recycling program, which is already being done by units that pick them up. They're just picking them up a little differently, and the manpower is different. But so I mean, we're just really putting off what is the inevitable, that we will be going with these trucks. They will be 1-man operated, and I mean, I can't imagine that we must be getting a tremendous savings by buying 8 of these. I mean, I've never seen where, you know, you're not going to save a substantial amount of money when you go and say, look, I want 8 of these as opposed to 2. So, I mean, I think you've laid this plan out very well. I think you've gone and done your due diligence in looking at all the other towns and how this is done. And if we get those the garbage cans that are similar to the recycling bins, I mean, I don't know where my garbage comes from, and I recycle as much as I can, but it's like, I don't know, I come up with a lot of garbage. And I don't think I could fill one of those big recycling bins with all of my garbage. So, I mean, you know, I think that your plan looks solid. I certainly don't want to see, you know, us, you know, lay the people off that are over there, and, you know, so their jobs are protected. Everybody's still going to be, you know, working. Won't be maybe hiring some extra guys when they leave. But this plan here seems very solid to me. And I mean, if we're going to do the garbage plan, we might as well buy those trucks and get the recycling done so that everybody's on the same page. All the people can swap off. They don't have different trucks. It just seems like your plan is best. And, you know, for the city of Milford to redo something that has serviced us since I was born, this here is a small price to pay for redoing the entire system with these recycling bins and these trucks. And if I think, you know, it's going to work is, you know, like you say, I just can't see knocking this down and piecemealing it. We're going to have to come back and revisit it and then go over and the part that we're already doing with the recycling products, we got to come back and have another ordinance or another. It just doesn't seem to be, that plan doesn't seem to excite me. The plan that you've laid out here, it does it all, and we move in that direction, and it's a done deal. You've been to the other towns, the aldermen have been to the other towns. We've been through this, so the trucks are swappable. Anyway, I just want to let you know that I appreciate all of the work that you've done in putting into this to bring to this board and say, you know, I've read what's in here, and I see the money, and I'm like, the money that we spend. I mean, we're going to spend a ton of money on maybe this project, and I'm going to tell you, when it comes to the picking up your garbage and recycling, you better get that right, because if that
Point of order,
isn't,
can we get on with enough explanation?
Yeah. Oh my God, you of all people, you know how many times you've spoken tonight?
Pontificate to the
I
end of
almost
the
feel
earth.
like we're here because
Mr. Vitro,
you
take charge,
basically
please.
probably spent 3 hours. I was like, I thought maybe Donald Trump was sitting in your seat. Please give me a break, will you? Anyway, I like your plan. Let me not go too much further because I don't want to upset Ray any more than he is. But I like your plan. Okay, Raymond?
I would like to move us. I think I need a little clarification. I think there's consensus that the technology is good, that we want to move in that direction, but the issue is how much to phase it in. I lost track of where we are. I understand the uncoupling issue, but I did hear the aldermanic representative to the Department of Public Works ask for more information and a plan. So I wonder if we could say that we'll our chairman, Mr. Vecchiarelli, move it along with the caveat that we have the information as requested from Public Works, Mr. Saley, and start to approve the start of a phase-in pilot piece to this project, and not to derail the whole package somehow. Is that what I'm hearing as a consensus?
Thank you, Alderman Beatty. I think, Mr. Mayor, if you will, it sounds like the consensus is they want to reduce the amount of purchase of the vehicles, but that's what I'm hearing. And I know you said along the way that we have to keep so many vehicles on there to make the bonding work. So can you give me can you give us a minimum? If they want to reduce it from 8 to 5, is that possible?
I think what the discussion was, and again, correct me if I misheard, was that there was a desire for a phase-in, so that before we authorized the second phase or multiple phases, that the Public Works Department and the City of Milford would come back to you. We'd purchase an initial pilot program. Instead of all 8 trucks, it would be my recommendation to break it up into solid waste and recycling. Solid waste at this point, just because of the age of the fleet, is a lot more critical than the recycling. so that we break it up into 5 trucks for the solid waste and hold off on the recycling until we have been able to demonstrate specific cost savings. The Public Works Department, my office, will come back to you with details as to how the rollout for this first phase is going. If you're satisfied with the first phase, then you would at that point say we're ready for the second phase, but we would give you information on how the cost savings are materializing, how the program is sitting with the residents from a customer service standpoint. We would give you that information before you authorize the second phase of this rollout. I would say that we would break it up between solid waste and recycling, approximately 5 trucks at first, and hold off. We will hold off on the second phase of the purchase. If you could authorize the money with the caveat that we would not expend that bond money until this board again blessed that expenditure.
Alderman Beer.
Yes, I have one more question to Director Saley. What's the life of these trucks, real quick?
As I explained earlier, the industry average is 4 to 5 years, but that industry average, that's a progressive company that doesn't want to get into the major repairs. It's just general maintenance. They pick up between 1,000 and 1,500 pickups a day. Our pickups are going to be probably half that. So they should be replaced within 10 years. I'm just going to tell you, the city doesn't do that, and instead we put hundreds of thousands of dollars in parts into old trucks. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, my point is, if we get 8 trucks or even 5 trucks or even 4 trucks, and then fast forward 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, now they're all going out. Now we got to purchase them all again at the same time, as opposed to what we usually do as a rolling stock and roll a couple of trucks in every couple of years or 3 years or whatever. But start off with 3 or 4 at the most, and then roll in a couple, maybe another 2 years or so, and just roll it out. Yeah. It seems like it makes a lot more sense. But. And one more follow-up on that, sorry. And those trucks are, just to clarify, the trucks can be used for either or. It's not a waste truck or a recycle truck. They're used for both.
They could be used for both, yes. I will tell you, though, I'll reiterate to you, the return on investment in those trucks is 3 years, all day long. So you as a board have to make that decision.
All right, so what's the, Alderman Beer, you have a motion or amendment? Questions?
2 really quick questions, and then I'd like to make a comment to the whole board. Quick comment. First question. How many people are now manning these one-armed bandits? I mean, like, we already have recycle trucks out there doing this, right? How many guys are in those trucks now?
The recycling truck has 2 employees. The trash trucks have 3.
I forgot my second question. But anyway, I wanted to throw this out. So if we don't approve this tonight, if we want to table it, the only way we could really table it is if we have a concise plan to bring it back next month with another specific dollar amount. So I was thinking, and on the shares with everybody, just gets food for thought. So if you look at page 8K in your books, where it spells out the 7 items on this 13 million, I mean, if I had my way, I would like to reduce item number 1 from like $2 million in paving to like 1.5 in paving. Number 2, where we have $1 million in that CDBG grant stuff, I say we pay cash for that, make that 0. Number 3, where we have recycling for $2.3 million, I say we do 5 trucks at $1.5 million. Oh, that was my second question. We still have to buy the $1 million in toters, though, and otherwise we don't have a pilot program to work with. So that would have to stay. Parsons roof, number 4, instead of 1.5 million in improvements, I say we cut it to like 1.2, do what we can do. The police station, I don't really understand that. I'd probably make that 0. Pumper, I guess we leave that. And number 7, where we're doing tennis courts, maybe instead of $1 million in courts, we do $750,000 in courts. So then we take that 13 million, I didn't do the math, but I'm sure we got it under 10 million.
If I could just explain to the Alderman, I'll give you parameters. Our present paving, the toters and trash, you can look at our present paving, the way we replenish the paving, we need to do close to 15 to 16 miles a year. And because of the tough decisions that you have to make sometimes, and it's very easy just to cut it, I would just ask you to reconsider the paving component. We do not pave enough of the city streets to keep the streets up to standards that they should be at. And you see it in the aging infrastructure we presently have. This past year, we were lucky to partner with some of the utility companies and get some major paving done. But when I asked the mayor for $3 million. He cut me down to $2 million. I just want to give you, the town of Fairfield does $4 million a year every year. Norwalk does $4.5 million a year. You need to fund these accounts, and that's all I would ask.
That's where we agree. I think we need to fund the accounts, not borrow for them. So maybe 1.5, and we put 500 in the budget. That was kind of a discussion piece, if anyone had any ideas, any agreement at all in any of that?
I agree with most of that.
Alderman Vecchiarelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I through you to the city attorney. We had spoke earlier about changing the ordinance, and if we changed it more than 5%, we would then have to re-advertise it and go through the motions. Now, is that for each individual component of, so for example, if we're talking about like the repairing of the roof, if we change that more than 5%, then we have to, that would cancel the entire ordinance and have to be re-advertised?
If we changed it more than, the amount by more than 5%.
I was asking the city attorney.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Vecchiarelli, it's 5% of the $13,469,500. So
thank you.
Rough number, $673,475. That's your threshold. $673,475. My math correct, Peter? So you can cut, if it's your prerogative, up to that amount and not have to go through the same process, Board of Finance, publication, the ordinance. Anything above that, whatever machinations you want that exceeds that, you would have to start the process again.
So we're gonna be breaking this up? No. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Well, this.
You got to vote on the motion the way it is.
Yeah, let's vote on it the way it is. If it fails, then we'll have to redo it.
Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to suggest that we vote on it the way that it is, but with the proviso that the mayor's representations and Director Saley's representations is something we're going to look toward. So in other words, before there is expenditures of monies in these line items, in this particular line item for sanitation toters, that they do a phase-in of the program and they report back. And I would be satisfied with that. It's not the ideal situation. I'd much rather have been, have us consulted and have something before us that is concrete, but under the circumstances, we're kind of bound by existing law and practice. So that being the case, I'm prepared to vote in favor, but with the proviso that we're going to hold you and the mayor responsible for coming back with information and providing a phase-in of the program. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to vote on the motion as is. Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Why don't, I propose that we just take the 5% cut if it's available without causing any, understood, this way here, it gives us a little more assurance, and we can still follow the guidelines that Alderman Anderson put forward, and move forward. I think that's reasonable, and I think it's responsible, and I would like to make that in a form of an amendment, and I'd just like to offer that to the full board. Thank you.
You heard the proposed amendment. Is there a second? Did everyone hear that amendment?
No.
Alderman Giannattasio, can you repeat the amendment, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the amendment is a proposed cut of 5%, which equates to 2 trucks. I think that's appropriate at this time. That's my amendment.
That's not what is.
Second.
Did I hear a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
We have an amendment on the floor and a second.
I'm sorry, I need clarification. I would prefer if you repeated it and somebody wrote it back and read it back to us. I'm confused. I thought you made an amendment and then you proposed a reform.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Betty.
Yes.
Alderman Anderson made a clarification, correct?
Yes.
And
Okay,
Alderman
and
Giannattasio made an amendment.
Okay, and just read that to us so you can vote.
Alderman Vecchiarelli.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a 5% cut in the bonding for the conversion for the automated recycling solid waste would basically cut 3 trucks, not 2. If Mr. Giannattasio would, if he wanted to cut 2 trucks, it would be slightly lower than that 5%, but it's the 5% is not going to, it's going to not allow us to buy the 3rd truck, because it will have cut it fractionally where we wouldn't have enough money to buy it. So the 5% would cut 3 trucks. But if he is interested in cutting 2 trucks, then I would suggest that he make a dollar amount for the purpose of the 2 trucks.
Just a correction that if the trucks are $300,000 and we're saving 6, I don't know how you get 3 trucks out of that. It's 2 trucks.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
It's 2 trucks.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Giannattasio.
I just, some clarification. Regardless of the amount of trucks, I'm asking for 5% because that's the allowable amount. That's why I chose 5%. Whatever it comes out to, it comes out to. So just to answer Mr. Vecchiarelli's question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, as a point of clarification, the standard is you cannot make a substantial change to the bond ordinance. As I think I mentioned probably an hour or 2 ago, substantial change has been defined in some case law that more or less 5%. I don't think it's a hardline rule that you have to go 5%. The numbers here, 5% of this proposed bond is $673,475. If you choose to eliminate 2 of these one-armed trucks, that's $580,000. I don't think you need to get to the 673 number So the difference between 673 and 580, it's okay. You can live with the 2 trucks. We can't eliminate a quarter of a truck. And 3 trucks would take us above the 673 threshold that you cannot surpass. All right. Thanks.
So Alderman Giannattasio, can I ask you, is your purpose to eliminate 2 trucks?
Well, I would like to cut 3 trucks, so whatever that number comes to, I don't know how much each truck is. Will that come under the 5%, or is that
3
over?
trucks is 870,000.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me resend that. Let's leave it at 2 trucks.
Okay. Well, first of all, you have to remove the second on your original amendment.
Remove the second.
Alderman Casey?
Yeah, so moved.
Okay, and now Alderman Giannattasio,
I'll resend the
that,
First Amendment.
You rescinded your First Amendment, and your second one is exactly 2 trucks.
Yes, I'd like to propose cutting 2 trucks.
We have a new amendment and a second. Any discussion?
Yes,
Alderman-
I would like to hear it read. We have a secretary there who's a whiz. Read it out so we can vote on it. And it's good. Makes sure
Alderman Giannattasio, could you repeat the amendment, please?
The amendment is to eliminate 2 trucks from line item. From the conversion to automated recycling solid waste, the total is $3,817,000. By eliminating 2 trucks, the total will now be What's the number? Just give me the number. $3,217,000 in the form of a motion.
$3,200,017. That's equivalent to 2 trucks, correct?
No.
No, it's not. So we have. Two trucks.
With a total of $3,237,000.
We now have a new amendment and a second. Any discussion on the amendment? Alderman Beer.
Just for clarification, this is not a pilot program. This is a full-on conversion because we're going to go out and spend $1 million on toters and buy 5 trucks, correct?
Mr. Chair, the direction it seems to be coming from this board is that we would start with phase 1 being solid waste and continue on at a later point if it is economically viable for the recycling program once we can demonstrate as a city that this is worth the return on investment.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're buying 1 truck? And what are they going to pick up with the 1 truck if we don't go out and buy $1 million worth of toters? How are they going to do a pilot program?
It seems to me that you reduced the program by 2 trucks out of the proposed 8.
Well, we only need 5 trucks to pick up all the trash, right? So we have enough trucks to pick up all the trash in the city, and we're going to have to go out and buy toters for the whole city so that we can try this out. So it's not, why are we calling it a pilot program? We're changing the whole program, correct?
It would allow us to, we already have the toters for the recycling already, but this would allow us to switch over for solid waste as well.
I'm following right along. I just don't know why we keep saying we're going to try one truck, because we don't have any dumpsters, we don't have any toters to try to one truck. We have to go out and buy all the toters, right? So part of this is we're going to give authorization to go spend $1 million on toters, right? And then we're going to eventually buy one truck so they can work it, but eventually they're going to have 5 trucks to pick up the $1 million in toters we just bought, right?
All we're doing is eliminating two trucks from, so we're buying 6 trucks. Well, that's the amendment. He eliminated 2 trucks, correct? Alderman Giannatasio? So it eliminated exactly 2 trucks. So we're gonna, the amendment was already made and seconded. Any more discussion on the amendment?
Right here.
Alderman Vecchiarelli.
Thank you. I really have just one, and my thought is that this conversion to automated recycling is a plan that was put out to the public for them to look at and to speak on that. Now, what we're doing is we're changing this all around, and I would like to ask the city attorney if this is really changing of this to the spirit of which it was drafted, in so much as to really have to reorder this. Because, you know, I could see tinkering around but with it a little bit, but what we're doing right now is we're looking at basically taking a component, a complete component of the recycling part of this ordinance and putting it off. So, I mean, you know, we're piecemealing this, and I believe that the spirit of this ordinance was not designed for us to be changing it so that we would then have just the garbage picked up, and then if that worked, well, then we'll do the recycling. I think that in my opinion, I don't think that we're doing this proper, but if the city attorney would weigh in on it, I would be more than happy to go with your decision.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Vecchiarelli, no pressure, right? With all due respect, it's this board's prerogative. It sets the policy. I mean, the staff will bring the expertise to you. But really, you control the purse strings. I can tell you the rules on how you can change it once we put this out to public notice. And I can only say that, and I'm not a bond counsel lawyer, the rules of the playbook that I've followed for the last several years is that if you make an adjustment greater than 5%, you're going to have to renotice it. In terms of the purpose of this bond before you, as it specifically pertains to these hydraulic lift arms, was to purchase this equipment. You're purchasing less widgets than anticipated. I understand what you're saying about the spirit, but that's really a policy decision by you as an elected board.
And Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, you are the oversight board. We give recommendations, the Public Works Director, my office, all the different city departments can only give our recommendations based on the research and analysis that we do, based on the studies and the investigation that we bring to you. At the end of the day, you folks are the ones that decide whether or not to finance a particular proposal or a project. This is your ultimate decision. We hope that you listen to our thoughts, our recommendations, but ultimately your decision is your decision.
All right, going back on Alderman Giannatasio's motion, and was seconded by Alderman Anderson. Is that completely legal, Mr. City Attorney? So we could go further with this? Because we can have if that's, we're going to vote on it. And the question was, is it legal? Can we do it with the way it's bonded?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know. All right, so we're gonna vote on it. Any more? There's no more discussion. We're gonna have to take a vote on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed?
No.
Roll call vote, Madam Secretary.
Alderman Anderson?
Yes.
Alderman Beatty? Alderman Bevan?
Yes.
Alderman Beer? Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Gurman?
No.
Alderman Giannatasia?
Yes.
Alderman Golden? Alderman Grant?
Yes.
Alderman Shaw? Alderman Smith? Alderman Vecchiarelli? Alderman Vitro? Alderman Vitale?
Nine yes, 5 no. The amendment passes. And on the original motion?
So on the main motion as amended, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the original motion with the amendment, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you.
Alderman Anderson?
Yes.
Alderman Beatty? Alderman Bevan?
No.
Alderman Beer?
No.
Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Gurman? No. Alderman Giannatasia?
Yes.
Alderman Golden? Yes. Alderman Grant?
Yes.
Alderman Shaw? Yes. Alderman Smith? Yes. Alderman Vecchiarelli?
Yes.
Alderman Vitro?
Yes.
Alderman Vitale?
That vote was 11 yes and 3 no. Alderman Frank Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ordinance Committee met a while ago, and by unanimous vote, approved for recommendation to the full board an ordinance appropriating $6,599,500 for various school improvements and authorizing the issuance of $6,599,500 of bonds of the city to meet said appropriation and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowings for such purpose. And I'd like to submit that, Mr. Chairman, in the form of a motion.
Second. The motion was made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Riccitelli. Have to make it worthwhile for you, Jim.
Absolutely.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good morning, as the case may be. I guess the 600-pound gorilla in the room is West Shore, and I know that it's making its way through the process. Mr. Silva recently made a presentation to the Board of Education about a recommended addition or additions to West Shore, and I wonder if you can discuss some of the details and the timing of that, because that's not in our packet, but what might we anticipate in the near future?
Well, as you know, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Anderson, your board approved bond authorization for the design portion of the West Shore Middle School addition and renovation project. That process is taking place now. We're probably about 2 months away from complete schematic drawings, and at that time we would be prepared to go out to bid. Once we have those bids, then we would submit them to the mayor's office, and hopefully the mayor would see fit to propose a bond ordinance to the Board of Finance and to your board also.
Thank you very much for the update. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
You.
Through you. Jim, you know, being seated on the permanent schools, I just hope that none of these buildings, and you hear me the cry, is on a short list to be closed, because I would hate to see in 5 years a 20-year roof put on and then we close the school. So I don't know what assurance you can give me. I don't know what it is, because the next 4 schools are coming down the road later on. But hopefully we're not putting on new roofs that are going to be intended for schools that are going to be closed.
Well, as I've told you, as we've talked about before at the Permanent School Committee's meeting and at the Board of Education level, the Board of Education has voted to keep all 8 elementary schools open. That's what we have now.
At this point in time, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Vecchiarelli.
I didn't see your hand.
Question on the roofs. Since we're redoing the roofs, is there possibilities to put solar up there as well? And is that being explored? And will it be able to hold all that?
It is being explored, and I'm remiss in not introducing, since he sat here since yesterday. This is Paul Lisi, who's the lead architect with Antonazzi and Associates, who is the architect on this on the elementary school roof projects, as well as the Harborside window and roof project and the Jonathan Law asbestos abatement projects. So Paul is here to answer any technical questions that you would have. But the simple answer to your question is yes, we are exploring solar, and the design that will be put on these roofs will allow for solar to be installed at a later date.
Alderman Beer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Stelly. These are pretty big numbers that we're looking at. I'm not sure the size of the roofs, how many squares each roof is, but 1.4 million, 1.5 million, 1.7 million for the roofs. Is there something other than just roof replacement going on here? Maybe you can give us a little more details on the projects to justify the cost per roof.
Sure, Paul definitely can do that, but I want you to understand that these are cost estimates. We haven't gone out to firm bidding yet, so when we do, if the price comes in less, obviously we will pay less, which means you will bond less. But Paul can give you the details on what exactly goes into the project itself.
Good evening, or good morning. Yes, these are budget numbers that were prepared for the grant application to the state for reimbursement. These turned out to be, unfortunately, not just simple roof projects for the elementary schools. There's a number of factors that factored into the higher costs than normal. One is the hazardous materials. Most roof projects have, some level of asbestos, typically in the flashings, which is, very common, and it's minor cost issue. These roofs at the elementary schools, at least the 4 that we've explored, have PCBs in the fields of the roof, in a majority of them, which is contributing to a substantial amount of cost. That's one item. The second item is the fact that the condition of the existing roofs. You have a spray foam material that's on the roof now over the old built-up roofs, and water has entered through gaps in this foam roof, and it's saturated the insulation. It's rotted out the metal deck in areas. The blocking along the perimeter of the roof is all rotted. So that's contributing to the higher cost as well. Unfortunately, it's not just a simple, tear the roof material off and install new roofing. The other part of it, the third part, is there's a new code requirements, specifically the energy codes that'll be in effect in the spring, which requires additional insulation. And there's other code-related items that are in effect because of because this is a project that will get state funding. So you need to follow certain guidelines, such as the pitch of the roof, provide overflow drains, and that sort of those different components. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, for the most part. So there's certain steps. Obviously, we're going to have one group of contractors dealing with the flashing and the PCBs, and is there like a remediation going on prior to a roof replacement?
Yeah, it's a process. They'll do it's going to be removed in sections. You're not going to take the entire roof off. It needs to be watertight at the end of the day. So they'll do abatement. They'll remove a section of the roof, and then proceed along.
Alderman Shaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you, just quickly, is the condition that you described with the PCBs and that present in all these roof replacements?
There's some level in all four, yes.
And do you know, and I think you're new to this, I'm not sure, if that was true of the 4 previous roofs that were done, that there were PCBs and these issues?
4 previous roofs that have been completed in the city?
Maybe Superintendent Riccitelli?
We've done roof projects in the last 3 years at East Shore,
right.
Foreign, and Law.
Right.
And to my knowledge, there was hazardous material at each of the schools that had to be abated.
Right.
What the actual materials were, no, I don't know that level of detail.
Right.
But there definitely was hazardous material that needed to be abated on all of those roofs.
And just to belabor this one more time.
Sure.
So the condition of these roofs are similar to the previous ones with the foam and all those other issues that were described, pretty much?
Yes, pretty much. And actually, these roofs are actually older than some of the ones that we already replaced.
Thank you.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Riccitelli. Just a quick question. What's the lifespan of the new roof once it's installed? What can we expect?
They'll have a 20-year warranty, but they typically last 25 to 30 years. But it will have a 20-year warranty.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Beer.
Well, you had mentioned that you have to put the design so that we can get state reimbursement. Are we getting state reimbursement on these roofs? And do we know what percentage we get on a roof replacement?
We are getting state reimbursement. The percentage, I believe, is
37.14 for these projects.
So follow-up to that question to the finance director, do we still go out and bond the $6 million, or do we do a short-term thing that we wait for reimbursement?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Beer, yes, we would do short-term bond anticipation notes first, and then pay those off with the state reimbursement.
Any more discussion? Seeing none? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're, at this point, we will return to agenda item 8J. Alderman Vecchiarelli.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached resolution regarding a cash advance for the various school improvements for 2016.
A motion was made and seconded, and is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Vecchiarelli.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request for the attached resolution regarding the cash advance for various public improvements for 2016.
Motion was made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Beer.
Okay, just to beat this point one more time. So we're looking at about, I don't know, 25 million possibly that we could bond, but we're not really going to bond all that amount. A lot of that will be reimbursements, or if we don't do the police station right away, or we don't buy, so we're not going to bond all this money. We're approving all this bonding, but there's a good chance we're not going to bond 100% of what we're approving.
Absolutely. There is a very good chance because a lot of the estimate, we are relatively conservative. As you heard with our school construction, they estimate at the top of what the conservative estimates are, so that we don't have to come back to get additional authorization once we've gone out to bid. So more likely than not, it'll come in at significantly lower amounts than we have put forth here. This is just authorizing a top cap of what could be spent, but more likely than not, it's going to be significantly lower.
Alderman Vecchiarelli.
We're kind of drawn down to a conclusion here tonight, but the thought just occurred to me that if I was in the business of proposing a bid for, like, say, doing one of these school roofs or the package or whatever, that I just wonder if maybe if we could change maybe the way we do business, and instead of like getting a bonding, or just saying that we want to bond for this certain amount, which we do, and then the bids come in. So we say we're going to bond $1 million for one school, knowing that, that's the high. But, it doesn't take a genius, like, well, all these guys that are going to bid on this, they just got to watch our meeting and say, well, they're willing to spend $1 million on this. So, maybe there's several of them that are bidding, but, who knows? They all know that, we can probably get this, if we get near $1 million, at least we're in the ballpark. And I just, and I know there's been discussion on this, that, it's the way we've been doing business. We bond it first, basically approve monies, and then go out and get the estimates. Couldn't we do it the other way around? Like, put like a project out and get the estimates, have the people bid on it, and then just come back and then bond it? I mean, through the chair to the mayor, I mean, what are your thoughts on this? Now, I know you've thought about it a million times, but I was just wondering, could we do business different, or is this okay?
We actually do business both ways. For example, the projects for the sewer projects that you authorized bonding money for, we've gone out to bid first, and we have an exact dollar amount, obviously with contingency. so that we know exactly what those bids are going to come in at. Other projects we've traditionally funded, we've funded them and then going out to bid because we need to know that the financial support will be there before we go through the process of putting together a proposal and soliciting bids.
Okay, well, I just wanted to hear what you had to say on that, and I know you've been very good at saving us a tremendous amount of money in a lot of different areas, so I imagine this probably is not a big substantial problem here anyway. But, yep, thanks for that.
Any more discussion? Well, we're gonna have to change this. The amount was changed previously from 13,469,500. It's now 12,889,500.
No, not for this.
And number K. We're on L now. So we're going to have to amend that on item number 8K.
As amended in the ordinance.
Somebody have to make a motion with the amendment attached. We went back on J, we went to K, but we're on L.
No, we haven't voted on K.
Well, they're just, he's not going to think, well,
We're gonna vote on 8K. What did you just say? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
We haven't voted on 8K.
You got three people talking here, and I don't know what any of you are talking about.
We haven't voted on 8K.
Alderman Vecchiarelli? That was 8, what do you just read 8, the motion for 8L?
Yeah, I read it. We're on 8L.
We're on 8L. And there's no more discussion on 8L. We're going to vote on 8L. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I know it's late, but we're on agenda item 9. There is no new business. We're going to open up agenda item number 10. Moving on to budget memo transfers. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item number 10A.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the budget memo transfers number 3 and 4, Fund 10, FY 15-16.
Motion is made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 12, reports of standing committees. Are there any reports? 11A. It's getting late, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to refunds. Alderman Vecchiarelli, agenda item 11A.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the refunds in the amount of $7,182.
Motion is made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 12, reports of standing committees. Are there any reports? Seeing none, on item number 13, are there any reports from any special committees? Alderman Bevan.
My report on the Park, Beach, and Recreation Commission. At the last meeting, they are going to be sending to the Ordinance Committee a raise of the parking charges from $5 to $15, starting on 5/28 and ending on 9/5. This is for Walnut Beach and Gulf Beach. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just as a little bit of background information, this is something that will come to the Ordinance Committee. This is the Park, Beach, and Rec Board's recommendation to the Ordinance Committee, which will then be, there will be an opportunity for the public to comment at the ordinance level, at the Board of Aldermen. This parking fee is not for residents, it's only for non-residents. Back in 1989, we had a parking fee of $10. It changed to $5. It's been $5 for the last 20 years. And we wanted to make sure that with some other adjustments, we are consistent with some of the surrounding municipalities. Even West Haven, which is more than us, is going through the same process right now. Places like Fairfield, $25 on the weekdays, $50 on the weekends for non-resident parking fees. Stratford's $20. All the municipalities up and down the coast have more exorbitant non-resident parking fees than Milford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alderman Bevan. Under agenda item number 14, there is no items for executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting adjourned.